Hello, YouTube. It is I, the special grade sorcerer of the anime manga sphere, SSJA Cody. And today I'm joined by a co host, the wonderful Vexus, the lurking legend. Hello, Vex. How you doing today?
What's good, YouTube? It's your boy Vexus, the lurking legend. But y'all could just call me Vex. I normally talk about One Piece and D&D and stuff like that, but I'm here to talk about something else entirely. I'm pumped. Thank you for having me.
Oh, hell yeah, man. I'm getting all fired up about this topic because today I
That's the
binged.
wrong anime.
I
We're
binged
not here to
all
talk
of
about Fairy Tail.
I binged all of Fire Force in about a day. It was a pretty great experience, and I have
Insane.
been dying to talk about it with all of you here on YouTube. And who better to talk about it with than the man who got me into the series myself, Vex. So, uh, I started out watching the first two seasons, and then after that, I was like, no, I need this. I need this in my life, and I just want to go over
Actually,
some of the best stuff.
if we want to
Actually,
be real and behind the curtain and see how the sausage is made here on YouTube, you started out not even really wanting to give this series a chance. Is that correct?
that is correct. I was like, yo, this is Gunner Force. I'm not here to watch this. Like I
Oh
was
my god.
definitely I'd seen a couple reels from a couple close friends of the channel, like Whole Grain Coltrane, and being like people trying to get into Fire Force, and then they would immediately show them throwing stuff into Tamaki's butt. And I was like, what's going on? What is this anime? I don't think I'm gonna watch this. I don't think I'm missing
He
out.
said, Hold on a minute." Yeah, like I think that right out the gate, because there's going to be people who might click off of this video pretty fast because it's a bit of a divisive topic talking about the fan service in the series as a whole, especially in the anime adaptation. So I think it's a good thing to talk about right away.
Oh,
Um,
yeah, Gunner Force
because
isn't
like
real. It can't hurt you.
the,
Like, let's just
the
get.
thing is like the fan service is there and it's 100% real, but like that is there's so much more to the show than just that, and it's always a tough sell for me to tell people to get into this fantastic series because there is that caveat. But I'm so glad that me as well as yourself now on the other side, like we haven't let our opinions be completely formed around that one, not even fully central but still plot relevant section of the intellectual property, because it is so much bigger than that in reality. And I think that there are a few moments where emotionally I felt like the gag took away from the scene, but for the most part, it is just a recurring gag of a singular character. It's other than that, it's kind of just your run of the mill average anime as far as fan service goes.
Yeah, I just made a TikTok last night about this where I was like, "Yo, Gunner Force isn't real. It can't hurt you. If you watch Soul Eater, you literally saw Blair's butt episode 1, and I don't want to hear anyone giving anything to Fire Force about it because for as explicit as it gets, it's always the one character only getting stripped down to her underwear or having these lecherous acts like klutzily happen upon her. And while the gag might seem repeated and outdated, it's not it's not played off to the effect I feel like in other anime where it's like, man, it's Sanji perving over another woman for the millionth time. Oh man, it's Moroku grabbing Sango's butt for the millionth time. It's something that it actually like
Deep
adds
pull.
substance to the it
That's
adds
crazy.
it adds to the substance of the story. Is it and take this as someone who was very against watching Fire Force, where I was like, I don't feel like I was missing out on anything, but it actually like towards the end of the series, like Vex says, it does play a part in the story, and I feel like the way it nails it. It nails it in the story. It's
Yeah.
like fan service. I hate to say done right because it definitely isn't done right, but I feel like I feel like
It's
with
self-aware.
yes,
That's the best way you can describe it, is that it's self-aware and it made itself plot relevant. And so to a degree, I think that it all does make sense. There are moments that I do feel like it's egregious, and like in season one when uh that's where I got into. I started with the anime. I watched season 1. I watched most of season 2 as it was weekly, and then I started to read, and I finished. Wow, it feels like almost 2 years ago now. Like when the series finished, which it's been a lot longer than I had originally thought. Whenever season 3 started, I was like, wow, I've waited that long. But season 1, I felt like Tamaki as a character was by far the weakest link, but I think that they did a really good job of giving you more of a perspective on how this affects her, as she's like in season 2 they actually go into more detail of like, this is an actual person beyond the gag. And I think that that is what really saved it for me. The payoff at the end and whatnot, which we'll talk about once we get further into like manga only discussion and whatnot, I think was fine enough. But for me, it was like seeing how Shinra treated her and seeing how she was like treated in school and like when she was trying to become a sister and things like that. Like it goes out of its way to show you she's nothing special. And if anything, this holds her back. It's not like anything that I think that's a really interesting and strong message that you don't see from like a lot of anime. Just include this shit and like a random hot tub or like hot spring or beach episode for no reason, but there's a reason here, and I like that. You know what I mean?
Yeah, it's definitely really good, and I think it's a you know, just like a wonderful like message to like let everyone else know that like if you're interested in Fire Force, but the fan service has turned you away from it, it's definitely not a titular standing point to the show, especially when it has so much more to offer. And where better to start off with talking about what the show has to offer than season 1, where we are introduced to the main character Shinra Kusakabe and entering what is known as the Fire Force. The world of Fire Force is people just blow up. People just their main goal is to blow up and then act like they don't know nobody. But
That is so true. Oh my god.
but they spontaneously combust, and when these people combust, they turn into what's known as an infernal. And there are different types of infernal that they just like they're fiery demons. They're all on fire, and you got to call the firefighters or fire force to take care of them. And the fire force is comprised of different pyrokinetics, second gen and third gens that are able to combat these different things. And Shinra joins what is known as Company 8 of the Fire Force. So there are 7 other companies that we are not aware of up to the point, but throughout the first season, it feels like it feels almost like a Soul Society type arc where it introduces us to the other characters of the Fire Force and like introducing us to the other captains and Soul Reapers and Bleach. But like, whereas we are meeting all of Company 8, and then Company 8 has their first dispute with Company, I think
Company
it's
5.
and then we do 1,
Yeah.
and then it's 7. Like 1 isn't even really like a Company 1's kind of goated. Let's get real. Like, but
I think they do a really good job of, like you were saying, with the Gote 13 in the Soul Society in the like Rukia rescue bit, like just showing us like one, like that each of these different companies have their own specialty, their own like facet of society that they aim to serve in like the ultimate goal of fighting infernals and figuring out what's going on with spontaneous combustion. And so we have the 5th, which is the first like other company that we see. They're all about like research and technology and stuff like that. 1 is very clerical based, 2 is very like army centric and things like that. Then you have 7, which is your proto nationalists, my goat. But all of that goes to build the world and show us all of these different pyrokinetics and their different ignition abilities and how they combat infernals. And it shows us how important the prayer is and the clerical side of things, as well as showing you how important preserving the experience and like for the bystanders, for the people who are losing their loved ones to spontaneous combustion. Obi does such a phenomenal job of making our main character and audience surrogate like a really respectable fire soldier right out the gate. And that all leads to serve to figure out what Company 8 is all about, which is actually investigating the rest of the companies, right?
Yep, because you would think that the main world of Fire Force, it takes place after what is known as the Great Cataclysm, which happened 250 years ago. And you would think, man, maybe we'd know something after 250 years. But they're like, nah, we got nothing, bubs. And so Company 8 is formed with, hey, we should know something. And I think they're holding out on us. So why don't you do some internal affairs? And Obi was more than
Yeah.
happy to deliver justice, captain of the 8. Company 8 is just full of so many goats. It's so hard for me to not
Fully
fall in
agreed.
love with like so many characters in the show. They're all so freaking diverse, and they feel like such. I feel like anybody in this show could have been their own main character of their show if they like wanted to make like. I would watch a Lieutenant Hinawa like spinoff of be like, oh man, these are how I pick
I
out which
completely
shirts and
agree.
outfits. Or I could watch like a Maki like training anime, or I could watch it Arthur like this is what Fire Force looks like through Arthur's eyes. Like every single one of these characters throughout like Company 8
Bro.
just feels so freaking alive and full. And
It's like those Futurama episodes where they're like in the fantasy or whatever. Like that's Arthur Vision. Like
oh
no, I think that they really do such a great job of establishing who these characters are in the present before really trying to force a lot of backstory on us. The only backstory we get fairly early on is just very tiny tip of the iceberg stuff with Shinra, and then you get stuff with Hinawa, Maki, and Obi, but we don't really know much too deep about the rest of these characters as they're still being kind of introduced to us in the present, and then we can see how they became who they are as the story progresses. And I love that they don't try to just push past like all of these character establishing moments and their motivation and things like that, but they also don't like cram it down your throat. The pacing is done so well in season 1 of doing a really great job of showing you just what you need to see in order for the hype and the suspense to really really cake on as the plot starts to thicken. And we do like you said with internal affairs and whatnot, the 8th is kind of like, who watches the Watchmen kind of thing. Like I really like that it's like kind of this trust nobody, you're still really green to this world, just like Shinra is as far as the inner workings of each of the companies. So he does a really great job of serving as us, the audience, the eyes for getting to know all of these much more prolific individuals. And like you mentioned the first like meeting with another company and another captain, that it was with the 5th and Captain Hibana, and how phenomenal was like it was episode 5. It's one of my favorite in season 1. It just does such a great job of showing you the consequences of living in this world and what it can do to a good person, because she was a very good person. And Hibana, there are parts of her that still remain to this day as a good person, but she was just so painted black by this society and this world that we are initially introduced to her and her company ultimately as antagonists. And it's through our hero that he saves the day. We get a little bit of a backstory on our sister as well. So it's really interesting. I think that season 1 is actually such a masterclass at how to introduce people to this type of world. It does a good job of setting up the power system and working that in with the bad guys, because infernals are just first generation pyrokinetics, and second generation pyrokinetics are able to manipulate, and third generation pyrokinetics are able to generate. And it establishing this very, very, very well thought out power system, as well as the core theme. Like the whole problem is like, we have to stop spontaneous human combustion. It's just done so well, and it working with Shinra's backstory is also like, it just feels very concise and well packaged.
yeah, because like with finding out what made because we know that third generation pyrokinetics are also intertwined with first generation pyrokinetics. We realize that some Shinra remembers there being a devil that burnt down his childhood home, and like so you have like these mysteries on mysteries. When Arthur is introduced, you all have the establishment that him and Arthur had trained at the same company beforehand with the introduction to the fire school, and they were both third generation pyrokinetics that were especially talented in their own regards to be handpicked to go to the eighth. Apparently, because they wanted somebody else, I guess. But I I really like how like the more we kept building on to other characters, it didn't just serve to just fill out the character story, but it made to give us more of a mystery of the sense of the world and fill out these questions that it's like it's like Straw Hat Lucas always says with Oda. I answer my questions with more questions. So like we figure out what Hibana and Iris's backstory is, but then it's like, well, why were they all being here at this nursery or with being trained to be sisters of the cloth? Why was only one of them a pyrokinetic? Why did they why did these two only survive this huge fire? Why did Shinra survive the fire? And why does Shinra have a brother? Why does Arthur think he's gonna kill a dragon? It's so many of these like crazy questions that seem to fill out the world, and it's like the author has like these core plans and developments and just nails it on the head every time they want to introduce a new concept. Even with the first introduction of Rekka Hoshimiya, when we get introduced to Company One, and that's the goat. I'm not even gonna front with y'all right now. That
Okay.
is
The
my
ultimate hype
stars.
man.
He's I wanted to like him so bad, and I was like, it was such like a well done like pivot of like I'm gonna be a bad guy. I was so distraught when we saw Company One being manipulated through the shadows of having these bugs being inserted and bugs causing the pyrokinetics to just spontaneously combust, and Rekka Hoshimiya being like, well, this is how we're gonna solve the human combustion is we have to figure out who's resistant to it. And I thought, well, this is another layer of mystery because one, where'd they get the bugs? Two, well, why is Company One involved with this? Three, how deep does this go? Like it was,
Yeah.
and
It really hammers home the trust nobody aspect because this is Company One. This is who is supposed to be held in the highest regard, put under the most magnification, under the like magnifying glass. Like this is like who is extremely close to the church. Like this is the one company you would think would not be the people that would be. So this is like, it really just flips everything upside down when we get the reveal that Rekka is batshit crazy. And the introduction of the term the evangelist, right?
because at the end of Rekka Hoshimiya's arc, R.I.P. my homie, he's shot through the chest. And it's the first time we see the people clad in white.
Oh, to blame.
Crazy, we got Bon Jovi for this. But yeah, it was the first time that we had seen an active disruption of like an investigation because Rekka Hoshimiya was rendered useless and they were going to bring him in for questioning. And instead of being able to question him, boom, shot, dead, through the chest. And it was the first time that like everyone had been already pushed to their limits and we had to find a new way to combat this while keeping everyone safe. And in chasing them, we didn't really even get any answers, but just more questions. And so then, after the investigations through the first and through the fifth are conducted, I can't remember if we meet Vulcan or if we go to the seventh.
We do go to the seventh for sure.
Okay, the seventh is the freaking best. Let's get like it's literally based off Japan, and that's like already fueling my weeb genes. But then you have the goat of the goats, captain of the seventh, Shimon Benimaru, or Benimaru Shimon, as he likes to be called. Holy fuck, what a man. I can't believe they got Toji Fushiguro for this anime.
he is such an anomaly in that because he is somebody who we're very quickly introduced to his ability to be a second gen and a third gen pyrokinetic at the same time, which is crazy. His design is fire, pun intended, having the two different color pupil shapes and whatnot. And like, we had just been introduced to Hibana as a captain not too far off from this beforehand, and we couldn't really trust her, but she has kind of flipped and is now obsessed with Shinra, and that's an on-running gag, which is a whole different conversation, but it's funny. And then we're told we can't trust, even the lieutenants and whatnot. And so when we first meet Benimaru, he's not the nicest guy to any of the Company 8 individuals. And Asakusa is very compartmented off from the rest of society that is very close to the church. They kind of do their own thing. So again, we're led to believe that, we're going to have to fight this guy. We're going to be at ends. There's going to be friction. And there's even this imposter, Among Us kind of plot line going on, where Company 8 is framed, and we do end up squaring up with Benimaru. Can we just for a second talk about how that fight would have gone if they didn't talk no Benimaru? The show would have been over.
It would have been over, I think, in a sense, but like it almost felt like it was the natural progression of what was to happen, because like Shinra having to struggle against a Captain Hibana, and then Shinra going toe to toe with Rekka Hoshimiya, who was a lieutenant, and it was like, yo, this just feels like the natural evolution of watching our MC get stronger throughout the anime. But Benimaru is literally on like a whole other level. He was like soloing Obi without any. By the way, like that's not a easy feat either. Captain Obi trains every day, so he can do cool shit, and it's fucking. He just like got manhandled in that fight, and even with Hinoa backing him up, like it was. I was scared. I was definitely scared. Where I was like, I don't want to lose either of these characters because they're so cool. But
yeah, and ultimately, the whole imposter, Among Us plot thread that is introduced there does become so much more significant as the story progresses. So every single one of the things that we learn when we're introduced to Hibana and when we get her and Iris's backstory, that's important, more so than we ever could have known going through season 1 when we were still all green to this. And again, when we're here in Asakusa and we're seeing this and we see the birth of a demon infernal.
Yep.
This is all extremely important for later on down the line, but we don't understand. So it feels very natural. So much of it, and it doesn't feel forced in any way. It feels like this is just exactly what should be happening so much of the time. And then later on, when more of that happens and it pulls from these events, it's this crazy snowball effect. I think that the writing is done so well in these establishing arcs.
And this is like, not to suck off David Productions too hard, but like it's animated so beautifully. I feel like Benimaru's power just in and of itself is so cool to freaking watch animated, while the artwork in the manga was so, all the double page spreads that we were getting were so freaking delightful and detailed. I feel like they really nailed the emphasis on like the gravity of the mavity of these impacts.
Oh my god. For all the Doctor Who fans. But yeah, this was when we're in Asakusa, this is when I feel like, and a lot of people sing the praises of the anime adaptation for good reason, but mostly on the sound design, which I could not agree with more. This is where we start to really, really lay it on hard. This is when we get a little bit more insight on the ceiling of things. Like Hibana was someone who was just OP, and we were like, how do we deal with her? And Shinra just heroes through it and stuff like that. You cannot do that here. Like this is something that like you can't just fight. Like words are an alternate win condition here, and that is how we get past the friction with Benimaru and we start working on the same side as them, and we figure out that, hey, we have allies within the Fire Force, not just, not everybody is just someone to investigate. Not every captain is going to be somebody we're going to have to take down.
But
So
there are good.
it immediately shows us, yeah, it immediately shows us kind of a worst case scenario with Hibana, and then kind of a best case scenario, but they're dressed as they like swapped clothing. Like, we think Hibana is going to be somebody who can help us, and she ends up being somebody who works against us. And then we think that Benimaru is going to be somebody who fights us, and he ends up being somebody who fights alongside us. And I think it's just really, really well done. I absolutely love the whole first half of the season.
But then as like we transition into the second half, later part of the season, we start getting introduced to the group known as Haijima, which is to dissect, like, it's almost like three different branches of power that make up this world, which would be like the church, the fire force, and then it's the Haijima Corporation, which uses all of the technology and supplies the fire force with the technology they need. And Company A, up until this whole time, hasn't had their own engineer and has been mooching off the fifth company for like all of their investigations and stuff. And so Haijima's like, yeah, we can't have that. Let's go send our own spy to see what Company 8's doing. And they send in the GOAT. The GOAT. I can't believe I ever slandered this man. Victor Lee. Holy shit. I have
Oh,
never been so wrong about a character before since Odin.
he's still
What
my
a
heart. Oh
what
my
a
god.
what a freaking goat! I literally have never like come around to a character like that since Odin. Because for everyone who's a longtime SSJ Cody fan, I was slandering that man. I was like, damn, Wano's in such a bad state. How do you lose to Kaido if he's so great? Like, this is great. Until we got that Odin flashback, until I saw my boy Roger, until Odin was like the titular point of like all these cool things happening together. Leaked is almost that, I feel like, for Company A, and where he openly says, "Yeah, I'm here from Hajima. I'm here to investigate for you, but I just I just research. You guys don't have an engineer." And Obi's like, "Oh yeah, we're gonna get this guy that nobody wants, that doesn't want anything to do with the Fire Force. So we're gonna convince him," which is actually one of the creators of the Amaterasu, which is the almost nuclear, like, re uh nuclear power plant of this world that like fuels the whole entire Tokyo Empire. And so they're like, "Yeah, let's just go talk to Vulcan." And we go get introduced to Vulcan, and like, as we're learning, like, wait, what is Amaterasu? Wait, how did that? Wait, somebody built this? I thought they found it. And so is asking more questions, and in dealing with Vulcan, we get introduced to the worst captain of the Fire Force. I'll say it. I'll say it right now. I'll say it right now. Captain 3, he's a freaking creep. He's the worst, and he's actually a bad guy. Whoa, who would have thought the bad guy's a bad guy? um, his name is Giovanni. Giovanni.
Giovanni. To my dropout fans. But yeah, I think that Giovanni is such an interesting character introduction, because obviously, I mean, like, look at him. Like, stylistically, this is so fire. Like, I love how this author, with Soul Eater and with Fire Force, just has such a really, really, really on the nose and heavy handed way of styling certain characters. And like, sometimes those are bad things. I think they find the absolute best things they could possibly be heavy handed and on the nose about. And like, they lay it on like even like 120%. You know what I mean? It's crazy how cool this guy's design is. But yeah, he's a shitbird. Like, I can't stand Giovanni.
But
From the moment he's introduced, I never trusted him for a second.
oh god, no, because he's such a dillweed to Vulcan, who is another one of the freaking goats of the show. But like, in through meeting out Vulcan and having this whole entire fight hashed out with him, and Shinra coming to save him, we get introduced to uh, one of the prime antagonistic forces of what is this season, in the leader from what they're told of the evangelist,
The
which is
general of the
General,
the
yeah.
white clad.
It's his brother. And he looks just like Shinra, except with white hair. And you're like, oh, that is your brother. That's kind of wild. And he has this really weird power that reminds me of JoJo. Leave it to David Productions to handle that kind of power perfectly. Oh my god, I called that shit so early. But they have to escape from him because there's no way to fight him. Like Arthur and Shinra, the powerhouses of the Eighth, are both there, and they have no way to combat against the general at this point in the story. But they are saved. They're saved by another goat that I think we forgot to bring up when he was first introduced. But the
He
man.
was just a big question mark when he was first introduced. We knew nothing at all about him, and we didn't even know enough about the systems in play to really form a solid opinion. So I think this is a good point to bring up.
Joker.
The absolute goat, the goat amongst goats. Like, we love Joker, and
I do love Joker. He's so cool. Like, I honestly, I was so like ready to believe that Joker was just a bad guy. Especially, I think it's episode 3 is when he makes his debut and talks to Shinra and is like, "You're on the right path, but I don't think you're looking in all the right places, bud." And he's like, "What do you mean, man? You're just a bad guy. I can tell bad guys from a mile away. Your character design is bad guy coded." And it's like, I don't know about that, man. What if the bad guys are fighting the bad guys? Does that make them bad guys?
Yeah.
Like, it's, and we see,
and for him to come in like a wrecking ball and face off with Sho and Severed Universe there, like, and be able to walk away from it is crazy. One, but he introduces himself saying the hero has arrived, and I'm like, bro, what? And I remember when I was still like new to the series, I was like, is this like future Shinra?
Oh my god,
like, what are we seeing?
That would have been,
that's his line. He's the hero, right? Like, so I was like, wait a second, like, dude, it was so good. I love this. It was one of the most hype moments in all of season 1, is seeing Sho versus Joker, and how Sho's sword cracked and Joker like had his hair cut, like, and when like they were both
stalemated.
No one got away from that scot-free. And it was like, that's crazy. That's so insane, especially knowing what we know now, you know?
Yeah, exactly. Because that, not to even like put any like power scaling discussion or anything, but like just the weight of like, oh man, we know that Joker obviously is like an antistic force to a degree, but then to come up and save Shinra and Company 8 immediately and go face to face with the evangelist is just like, it was mind-boggling to me to see, because I was like, he's a bad guy. He should be working with the bad guy. Is he not a bad guy?
Yeah.
Like, I was like, so many questions.
It also gave us more questions to ask about Victor Leaked, because that's somebody who we've seen be very closely related to Joker at this point.
Mm-hmm.
And they refer, like, Victor literally talks to himself, like in his own little internal monologue about the situation, and refers to Joker as like somebody who he is very familiar with. And so this just serves to really, like, we're introduced to the White Clad, and we're introduced to all these different companies and Hajime, and like we have this whole trust nobody mentality. So for them to introduce Victor and Joker seemingly from these different facets of this society, and then find out that they're intermingled, is like, you have no clue how to feel about either of them right out the gate, except that they're cool as hell, man. I'm not gonna lie, they're cool. Like, but you're almost like worried to really like get too attached, because like, I mean, we've seen anime before. Like you said, he's very bad guy coded. There's so many different ways that this could go, and there's so many different unknowns. But the fact that they're helping us now, and we were absolutely cooked if they didn't, makes us like, we're just like, okay, we'll worry about that later. Like, and the show does such a great job of, not only does it temper your expectations and only tell you what you need to know, but like the pacing pulls you directly into the next plot line. So like immediately after we rescue Vulcan and we escape the whole Giovanni White Clad Sho versus Joker situation there, it just immediately moves like right into the next bits.
The Nether. Or, you gotta be careful when you say that. We don't want to be like that Minecraft kid saying the N word. You know, everyone's seen
Okay.
that meme. But holy smokes,
Crazy.
it was insane to be like, oh yeah, Tokyo Empire is just this normal place, and then they're like, oh yeah, we got to go underground, and you see like what seems to be, and like for lack of a better term, I literally thought it was. I was like, oh, it's just a subway station. Like this is a normal thing in Tokyo. Y'all have subways, right? No, apparently it's not normal, and apparently it's been abandoned for like a bunch of years. And I was like, why? It's just underground. But throughout it, it's explained that like there's a bunch of different infernals and no good ne'er dwellers all over the Nether. We get a bunch of awesome, cool fights, especially showing off Arthur being the goat. We get a really cool moment with Lieutenant Hinoa. We get a really cool moment with
Hell yeah.
uh, Obi, and it's like the Nether sets up so much, but then we have the titular battle with Shinra and Sho, and
Assault. Oh,
oh,
no,
so
never mind.
I mean, if you want me to talk about like the best, he's literally me for real. Like,
That's so funny. Oh my god. No,
but
yeah, we can't just brush past Hinoa though. Just wrecking rifle like barrels every single shot he takes. Like that is such a cool flex. But not only does it really get like we get like crazy good flexes from our company 8, the people that we've grown to know and love and whatnot, but it really does a great job of establishing more of who the white clad are. Um
yes,
and like
because they
we
start having their own names, their own agendas, and their own different
exactly.
powers explained to us in detail. So like how they are able to manipulate their pyrokinetics versus how the Fire Force uses theirs to save lives. It seems like a lot of the white clad are like, nah, this is how I snuff life out. Nah, this is how I fuck you up. Versus where it's like I could manipulate these flames to get these people out of the way. It's more of like they have like a more focus on like, no, we're here to fuck shit up.
And I think that the use of the subway system that has been wrecked ever since the Great Cataclysm over like it was like 2.5 centuries ago at this point. I think it's really, really like stylistically, like thematically, it's a really, really smart choice because everything that we know about the church and the fire force and everything, it's very closely tied to the Church of Soul. And like the sun is what they believe in and what they pray to, and where is the one place in all of the Tokyo Empire where the sun does not shine? Underground. And then we find out that the White Clad has just been operating there. This whole arc here and like seeing Obi get to flex how much he works out every day and so he gets to do cool shit, and seeing Shinra just being an absolute goat, and even the struggles of like Lisa mentally and things like that. I think that this whole Nether arc is just done so phenomenally well. And the powers that get displayed here are just so cracked. Like we've seen like Benimaru is like probably the strongest character that we've realistically met up until this point. But like we just get to see so many other really, really, really powerful people. And we have to figure out creative ways and team working, functionality across one or two members of the eighth to be able to take out these people who, like, let's be real, the eighth is fully having to punch up right now. So many of them are not equipped to 1v1 these people. You know what I mean?
Yeah, it's like I don't see Hinoa or Maki like really being able to have the like one-on-one capabilities that Shinra and Arthur have, which is why I refer to them as like the powerhouse of Company 8 because uh, Arthur's him. And Arthur fully displays that on this arc, I feel like. After like having his first training arc with Benimaru, becoming the Samurai Knight or the Knight Samurai. Uh it's one of the two. He would definitely let you know. I think
It
he
can be
would get
both.
fixed up too. I think he does get messed up on it. But
Multiple times, yes.
it is like, man, I can't believe we haven't talked about Arthur. It's like, how do you talk about Arthur without talking about like he's literally the goat of the whole show? It's like
You're talking about Silver, Silbario. Silburo or whatever. No, it's yeah. Like we should glaze Arthur for a bit here. He literally he's gear 5. Like he has the power of imagination. Like the harder he believes in his own role play, the stronger he gets, which is like that's dangerous. Like to introduce that concept, and like we think it's a bit, but then at the junkyard, showdown and whatnot with some of the white clad there when we're meeting Vulcan, it's not a bit. It's actually really real, and it shows us how much more powerful he can get. Like, oh, he's not using his left hand anymore, and oh, he rode in on like a heroic steed, and like, dude was punching so high above where we thought he could, but that illusion was like shattered for a moment when he realized how goofy he looked. So like it comes with great strength and great weakness. It's very high risk, high reward. And I'm like, how do you like it's so crazy. How do you write that? And it's not like an end game power level. Like it's seeing Arthur progress and like the people around him learn how to communicate with him better to get better results. It's like it's actually unironically a really, really, really interesting representation of neurodivergence within this media as well. But I think it's so cool. He's such a well written character, and like that's how he becomes strong, is that he's well written in his mind. And I don't know, dude. Like I haven't met many other characters quite like Arthur throughout all of anime and manga that I adore to the same level that I adore Arthur. And I'll say it right now, he's in my top 3.
That's very respectable. I literally just got into an argument with someone I was talking to online, and I was like, dude, Arthur's so cool at Fire Force. They're like, some people don't like characters just because they're strong. And I was like, I think if you're just dismissing a character for all of their worth because they are strong and just putting them on that kind of pedestal, you're kind of wrong. Because we've seen Arthur push Shinra even to do better, because he's like, if I'm gonna be a knight, you have to be a hero. I asked you, are you a hero or a devil? And he's always pushing Shinra to be at that next level. And he's always like, if for less of an intensive purpose, he wants to save people. He wants to be the savior of the world. Holy crap, Pat, you are just
I love that he is kind of like the Vegeta to Shinra's Goku in kind of a sense. And like they have different motivations. We won't get too deep in on that, but like yeah, like seeing that he does push our MC to new heights, and he's constantly neck and neck with him along the way, and they have their different capabilities. Like the plasma sword has its own pros and cons versus the devil's footprints, and it's really interesting how, I don't know, it's like it's better than like a Naruto Sasuke dynamic. I feel like it's like, but it is a really interesting way of like establishing this rival. They kind of have like a Zoro Sanji relationship to a degree as well, where they jab at each other a lot. But it's like ultimately, I think that we never would have gotten like the perfect version of Arthur or the perfect version of Shinra that we could only assume is, way down the line. We never would have gotten half that far without them pushing off and pushing past each other. You know what I mean?
Widowy could not agree more. Could not agree more, Princess. I don't know why I did that.
I don't either, but we're here now.
But and so then we move, like, Arthur's the GOAT. Arthur really demonstrated like he knew what the breathing of life was, and he was able to show off that like, nah, White Cloud are nothing to me. I can one shot them without even having to see them. Like, Arthur is definitely one of the two powerhouses, and as we see Arthur conclude his battle with the White Clad, saving Lieutenant Hinowa, we see Shinra get into a fight with Sho. And it's such an interesting fight when you just bring up Naruto Sasuke, because it literally felt like a Naruto Sasuke moment. And it's not just Shinra there, but it's leaked. And it's like, what is Leak doing here? Like, I know you're the GOAT.
No, yeah, I absolutely love that Leaked was here because he's the big brain.
He's
He's
the
the science guy.
speedwagon of this fight, though.
He
He's
yeah. But it's like none of it would have made any sense if Show were to, because he's this obstinate and like he's ignorant to the situation. He's not aware. He's being like marionetted, like puppeteered here. And so he's not somebody who's just gonna monologue and tell you his whole master plan or anything like that. And Shinra, let's be real, he's a goofball. He's having his like wholesome moment with his brother here. He's not trying to overanalyze it. We need Leaked here for us, the audience, to know what the hell is going on. And I'm so happy that he got to be the Speedwagon instead of like, there's instances like in Hunter x Hunter where I'm like, oh cool, the narrator is really putting in work explaining what's going on here, and I like that. We were established with a narrator in Hunter x Hunter for hundreds of episodes leading up, or for over 100 episodes leading up to that moment. We haven't really gotten, like, Obi is the dude who's the narrator for like the little intro episode, like monologue where it talks about spontaneous combustion and stuff like that. Like, Obi's not here right now. We need somebody to be able to explain to us or to theorize and hypothesize on what the fuck is happening, because this fight is ballistic. This fight is insane. He's brother.
it literally goes crazy.
It's not even the finale of season 1. And this is like universe altering levels of power that we are witnessing here. It's insane.
Dude, when we first found out that like Show was stopping time, I was like, okay, yeah, David Productions, weird that you'd cover the same power. Yeah, I was like, weird that you cover the same power twice. But then I was like, but how is he stopping time? And Leak's like, oh, he's just stealing the heat from the whole universe and freezing time. And I'm like, that's crazy amounts of power. That's
yeah.
That literally like broke my mind when I first saw it. I was like, "There's no way." And then Leak's like, "It's not possible," but I guess it's happening, so it must be. Like, like okay.
Yeah, I love that the utilization of Leaked here as a character, because like legitimately we would have had no clue otherwise, and I don't think it would have been half as cool if we didn't get that some way of inverse it explaining what was going down to us without it just seeming like a haha, I outsmarted you, outsmarting me with my ability to cool the entire universe. Like, you know what I mean? Like, it, no joke, like no shame to series that do that, but I think that this was a much more enjoyable experience. You know, seeing our big brain, our nerdy guy, get to be big brain and nerdy, and you know that it built up Leaked as a character for me a lot, as well as this moment as a fight. You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm. And so, like, as they keep exchanging blows, Shinra, as hard-headed as he is, has already been trained in the same way that Arthur was. And so we see Arthur take care of the White Cloud using his training. And so we see Shinra start to apply the different forms on his, like, feet, but it's still not fast enough. And the more they exchange blows, I really thought it was like a Naruto / Dragon Ball, like we exchange our memories with our fist, and once you achieve that higher enlightenment, you understand what the other person's thinking. This is that dialed up to 11 because they just get transported to a whole other world known as Adola, and they're like, oh yeah, no. Yeah, you might be my brother, but like it's not real. And Shinra, being the hero that he is like, no, you are my brother and I'm going to save you. And through that link, they establish a connection and these memories come flooding into Show. And because these memories are being flooded to Show, Shinra is also able to use what is known as a Dola link. And he's able to exceed the powers of his pyrokinetics for a short amount of time during this fight. And so while Show can freeze the universe and freeze time, Shinra literally pulls a Goku during, like, when Goku verse hit, and he's like, okay, so what if you can stop time? I'll just go faster than that. And he literally breaks down into particles, moving so fast. Show literally stopped time, and he's like, he's gone. Ain't no way. I froze time. We should be here. And it's like,
for us to crack like FTL, like we're straight up faster than light and heat deathing the universe, like, and stuff like that. Like, and again, this is not even the finale. of the first season of this. Like, this is crazy. Like, this is actually insane. And the downplay from Shinra, because yes, this is like the hypest of hype. This is the penultimate encounter. This is this is the culminating of everything he's been trying to accomplish, is to rescue his brother ever since he found out that they were still alive. And you know, like, this is the core motivation in episode 1. The second we meet Shinra, this is on his mind every second of the story leading up to here, and here he is face to face with him. And instead of him treating it like this final boss fight, instead of it being that he's like playing a game of tag.
Mm-hmm.
And I think, dude, it hurt my heart so much to see his smile, knowing that it would, like, because like that's a whole point, is like the devil's smile, and like he's doing it because he's uncomfortable most of the time, and for us to like see the evolution of him doing it because he's actually happy right now, getting to see his brother. He says, "You're like a miracle to me." And oh my god, did I fall in love with Shinra. I loved him as a character already, but Jesus, dude, this fight broke my heart and fixed it all over again. Like, it was such a good series of moments from our hero.
Oh yeah, well, it it was also like interesting to me because I feel like we had seen, if we hadn't seen what the Adola was like beforehand, it literally, I I, I could have swore we had seen it earlier throughout season 1, but like no name had been given to it, and so like to have, like I said, more questions answered with questions. It was like, what does this what does this mean? What do you mean? What is a link? What do you mean you're combining? Like I don't get
Yeah.
it. I didn't
And
get it, and oh,
for Shinra to be able to access the grace of the evangelist and do this like next level, 6 times above the ceiling that we thought we knew, types of feats, like going faster than light and being able to to outspeed Severed Universe, it's like it's only possible through that link. That it's so interesting because it does a good job, and we'll talk about this more in season 2 when we discuss it. It's like, how do you go higher than, I'm stopping the universe and I'm faster than light so I can go back in time? How do you climb high from that? But this is only a temporary achievement for this character through the grace of the evangelist. And moving forward, there's still so much that Shinra has to learn, and so much more, because he ultimately does not accomplish his goal here of rescuing his brother.
it is a very like heartfelt. It is very heartfelt to see when the fight does end. He still is taken out, and the I hate to call her the worst, but Helmi is the worst, man. I don't. I
Okay.
I I can't. You know, man. Like I love
You just
Charon.
feel that way.
Oh,
But yeah, you're a Charon stan. That's why you hate on her. I think that
she's a
Haumea
very
is such
well
a
written character.
phenomenally written villain. Like, as far as main villains go, and like the depth that we get from her beyond the like little la di da cutesy hunky dory whatever blase facade that she puts on, the depth that we get from her is chef's kiss. It's so interesting. But in order for that to pay off as much as it does, she has to seem like a ditzy, goofy goober for a good bit. So, like, yeah, her just showing up and mentioning that she also has an Adola link and the grace of the evangelist, and just being able to stand in the ring with these two boys, they're exhibiting like godlike powers, and she's just like not even pressed. It's really crazy, because it kind of tells us that like what we just saw peaking way above the ceiling is still not even the ceiling, you
It's
know?
really not, and that's crazy. And you mentioned that that's not the end of season 1, but I'm getting cloudy. I guess I don't remember what else happened
Oh,
in season
he faces off with Burns.
1. Oh my God, you're so right. Holy
Yes,
shnikey,
sir.
dude.
We meet
So,
another captain.
oh my
With
God,
somebody we met before, somebody that Shinra idolized, somebody that
Yeah,
actually
that saved
rescued
his
him
life.
from like the whole reason Shinra exists right now and wanted to join the Fire Force in the first place was because of the captain of the first, Captain Burns, who was the captain on duty for the house fire that took his mother and Sho away from him. The
And
person who he has just this is something so ridiculously huge
because
for us to see them facing down.
Burns lets it out of the bag. He's like, I guess you might be strong enough to know, but yeah, your brother's alive. Yeah, I lied to you. You know, if I had told the truth, ain't nobody would have told you you were the bad person. But you had to deal with that, and it's like it's almost like the third Hokage, like putting his hand on top of Naruto's head and being like, "Oh yeah, I could have let everyone know you were Minato's kid, but what would that have done for you? Like, what would what would that have done for you?" And Shinra's like, "I don't even care about that. I care that you lied to me, and I need the truth now." And like, I remember saying like it is a natural progression of like, oh yeah, we have to fight a captain, but there's levels to this shit. Like Benimaru versus Burns, I still don't know who would win to this day. Benimaru,
I do.
sure, but
Yeah, it's Benimaru.
but
It's not a fair fight though, knowing what we know. But yeah, Burns is crazy. And of all of the pyrokinetics and all of the captains that we've seen so far, except for maybe one or two, this is the strongest dude that we've like. I think that like at this point there's an argument for Sho and Haumea, obviously Benimaru and even Joker, because of like I'm not gonna get into like the very granular power scaling of season one, but like this is, for the public eye at least, top one.
absolutely.
This is the ceiling everybody else is looking at. If we peek past it and see other things, that's a whole different story. But this is, for all intents and purposes, for every layman in the Tokyo Empire, this is the ceiling right here. And it's so crazy.
Is this when Shinra remains in near Company 1, or is this where he meets like the granddaughter of like Company 4? Because I remember he has another chance encounter with Joker, but everything's blending together for me for some reason. I can't remember if that happens in season 2.
The full resolution for the end of season 1 is just that like he faces off with Burns and they are going to undergo further investigations with different companies and things like that, and they have pieced together information about with Sho in question. They're figuring out more about like what the pillars are and stuff like that, but there's not like a fully grand resolution at the end of season 1. It leaves you with a whole bunch of these dangling question marks after the Burns, and like that's ultimately the final boss is like Burns, you know what I mean? And for him to, dude, it's just crazy seeing Shinra try, without grace of the evangelist, by the way, just normal base Shinra trying to like even get this man to move his foot is crazy. And then we see by the end of it that he did actually like leave a mark on his arm.
That was insane. Old men in anime, man. Netero, Genyurusa, Yamamoto, Burns. Like you can't ever trust an old man in anime. They always are holding out.
Yeah, but going into season 2, we kind of have, like I said, so many other plot threads that
I have to say this about season 2.
Go ahead.
Because when we open up with season 2, episode 1, throughout all the first half of season 1, we have this like amazing opening shot of all of Company 8 coming together to fight this giant infernal. And what do we see episode 2 or episode 1 of season 2? We see all of Company 8 coming together to fight the fucking giant infernal that had been shown off to us in front of our eyes. That was peak to me. I was like, yo, I was waiting for this, and now it's actually like it's plot relevant. It's plot relevant that there's a giant infernal with like This seems to have
with multiple
multiple
cores.
cores,
Yeah.
and each of them, and like what a goaded way to reintroduce the cast and their power set to like show us off to our main cast again. That like, yo, this is freaking crazy cool. That like what was shown off to us in the beginning actually like has like merit way later down the
Yeah.
line.
And again, this small moment that you're just like, oh, cool. It's like a we are so back, like hype, like reintroduction and whatnot. Halfway down the line, further into season 2, this is actually very plot relevant in and of itself, but we'll get there. But yeah, I think that like it has a really hype reintroduction. I love the way that season 2 starts like fully gassed. And like it's kind of also like the where do we go from here, because the world is our oyster. We've seen the ceiling and we have allies now. We have Hibana and Benimaru. We have Leaked. We have Vulcan and things like that. Like, and so it's kind of like, what mountain do we climb next? And I really, really, really love so much about how season 2 is written and paced. I actually don't even know where to start.
Oh man. Oh well. First off, if I want to start off anywhere, the opening by Aimer, that was absolute gas.
So
it
good.
Had me
So good.
so many questions because we see all these new characters with different fire abilities. Like we see what was the kid from Company 4's name with the tattoo power and the skateboard? I'm forgetting.
Ogun.
Ogun is freaking. I think that might be. He's in my top 3, which might be crazy, but like he's so.
No,
cool.
I get it. You're so JoJo's coded. I get it.
It was so cool to like have like, whoa, we're getting all these new characters. Where are they? What is this barren landscape? Oh my gosh, Burns versus Benimaru versus Joker. Like I was literally like freaking out during this whole opening every time we watched it. That I was like, I don't think this is a skip. I don't think I can skip this because we get introduced to what seems to be all 8 of the pillars within the first opening shot, but like most of them are silhouetted out. But like, what a freaking!
Oh yeah, it shows us Inca drawing like an 8 with her flame power right away, and we're just like, what does that mean? Like, oh my god,
I hate that.
bottom 2 for me. Let's be real.
Let's be completely real. Bro, what a trash tier character. For real.
Oh my god. I think the writing surrounding her is really, really, phenomenal. Really well done though. The introduction to Inca as the 5th pillar, is really, 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 really well done. Like she is such a shithead with such a cool ability, and the events surrounding like her introduction are just chef's kiss because we get to see everybody flexing. Like it's the full company as well as allies.
Yes, other because everyone gets brought all in.
Coming together.
Obi finally was like, I made calls to all the people who've helped us out, and we're gonna put these fires out. And even Leet getting to use his big brain and sassiness, being like, well, why didn't you call Company 7? And Obi's like, I did. They just didn't answer. Shut up. Like, but Leet being able to be like, this is how cities are designed, and they're designed with these different currents in mind. And so we're going to use these currents to pull these fires away. And I was like, yo, that's like how actual city infrastructure is designed. And like, how much research did the author have to do for this show to like actually make like a coherent fucking way for them to overcome this like unsurmountable situation and to make a freaking fire tornado and then to freeze it? Oh, it is so cool.
And can we just talk about, and we didn't really talk about him in season 1, but Kareem is the GOAT. Like I love
Kareem.
He has one of the funniest gags, and I absolutely love how he repeats himself a lot. It's just so funny every time it catches me off guard. But he also has, I would say, top 3, and there's no pun intended, actually. It's like the coolest ignition ability fucking ever, dude. It's so good. Like, Dude, he's so much cooler than Rika Hoshimiya. Oh my god.
Oh my god. Okay. Like, listen, not you don't get Kareem without Reika though. We'll get
Oh
there.
my
We'll
god.
get there.
Yeah.
But it's
But seeing Kareem flexing at the end here as
with Maki,
one
we
of
haven't simped
yeah,
over Maki at all. Maki is
don't get
literally
me
like the
started.
goat. Oh my god.
Don't get me started. But Kareem is probably my second or third favorite second generation. It's really, really hard to because Benimaru counts as both and Charon is a goat. But like I absolutely love him as a second generation. Is like the coolest, and them explaining why second generations can't always hit first and have to sometimes let the third generation start the fire for them to then Uno reverse card while Shinra is facing down with Charon and trying to figure out what his ability is, and then the smirk and he's like, you're a second generation, aren't you? Like, oh my god, dude, because it's two different moments happening like city blocks away from each other that tie in directly narratively to the revelations that they're having. And I'm like, dude, that is so well written. Like when I went back and reread through this part as well, like the paneling is so well done as well. Dude, it's this incident where we first are introduced to Inca and the struggle to attain the fifth pillar is so phenomenally done. I absolutely love the sequence.
Yeah. Man. I guess we forgot to. Oh, I forgot to set it up. But Inca is what's known as the fifth pillar, and she's this pink-haired girl who has the ability to foresee the futures of future fires that break out, and like that's her like pyrokinetics. And she makes a joke that she's like, well, maybe I'm a fourth gen pyrokinetic then because I can't manipulate fires or make my own, but I can see when they're going to break out. And because of this power that's awakening in her, it's only gotten stronger after Shinra has fully been realized as the fourth pillar. And so it's like, oh no, this is bad. And so the Evangelionists are
Okay.
they're like, yo, let's burn this whole city down and just take the fifth pillar. Who cares? And so they get all these different infernals out and fires being put all over the place. And like we said, the eighth had to call in a lot of different heavy hitters from a lot of different companies
Mm-hmm.
to come bring some help. And it's like, yo, we got this. We got it all under
They
control.
had
And
a full crew of sisters coming in from the first. They had lieutenants from others. They had like full support of the fifth. They had like, dude, it was crazy seeing all of the payoff from the
previous
interactions of
season.
season one. Exactly. It really, really, really felt culminative and I loved it. And everyone really got to like kind of show their role in what was happening here. Even Arthur, who's we find out is like he's like a silver bullet to Haumea, who has these plasma powers, or like magnetic and electronic kind of like abilities, and like Arthur's plasma disrupts it, and so like everybody has like their niche to fulfill here, and through everybody operating as like a well-oiled machine, Vulcan and Leaked and Obi, our unpowered trio included, we are able to not only survive what they said, it's like a great fire that happened 2 years prior, this was on par with that. But like for us, we were seeing on a scale that Shinra has never seen before. So us as the audience hasn't seen before either. A ridiculous amount of infernals, a demon infernal here even, and dozens of white clad. And for us to come out of that with minimum damage to the city and minimal casualties, and the fact that the infernal count could have been 10 times what it was, this was a huge W on so many accounts, although we do not secure the fifth pillar.
No, and the worst part about it is that she goes with the Evangelionist of her own volition and will. She literally is like, I know I'd have fun with y'all, but I'm gonna have way more fun and close to dying with
The worst part of it is that she sets Panda on fire because she's just psychotic. And
I know. Oda would be
oh my
so
God.
sad about Panda Man.
Oh my God. But we saw previously, and I think we did kind of pass by this, when he was talking to the fourth, and Shinra was kind of he had his strings pulled by this figure. I don't know if you want to take the lead on this.
Oh my gosh. So like, I can't. Shinra was like, he was getting, for lack of a better term, he was getting gaslit, and he's like, he went to go meet with the captain of the fourth, which is he's what known as a masochist, and he really likes that self-inflicted pain, Captain Agu, and Agu's really cool, and he apparently knows what an Adola burst is, and he has like all this different information. But when Shinra gets there, he just completely flips character, and it's so weird to see. And he fully becomes what he has been deemed this entire time as a devil, and he just like constantly is like, "Nah, I'm gonna kill everyone. Nah, they've all persecuted me long enough." He had like a real like deserved crash out of like, "Nah."
He had an Ichigo moment, you know.
He had what Naruto should have had, where he's like, "I got power now. Fuck the village that made fun of me. I'm gonna kill him." Like he was full on like crashing out, and Arthur's like, "This isn't you." And it's like that dichotomy we talked about before between Arthur and Shinra, where Arthur's like, every time I called you a devil, you always responded with "you're a hero," but you're really failing me now. Like, what's going on, man? Am I gonna have to put you down? I always said I'd only give you 3 chances. All right, 4. All right, maybe 5.
Dude,
okay, like
it's so good. I love that they have each other as like anchors, and like it's so well written. But yeah, as we find out after the fact that Shinra had been, like you said, being gaslit. He had his emotions amplified by who is referred to as the first pillar.
And Shinra makes the connection that I did when he first saw her in this world of Adola, or whatever link that they were having together. He literally was like, "Iris," which is, I didn't want to believe it. I was like, maybe it's a strange coincidence. Please. But it was really like interesting to me, because for as much focus as she had in season 1 with their first encounter with Company 5, Iris has always been this lingering character in the background, but never forgotten about. Like, they always use her for a little comedic relief. She was there when we got to recruit Vulcan, and it's always like, she's always there, but like you never question it, because you're like, "Oh yeah, it's the sister. We got to have her there." Even it was just like this one bag of worms got opened for me, and I was like, "Please, please, please, no. Please, 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 no. I don't do this to me."
Yeah. But we find out later, after all of that, after Shinra's calmed down and we've talked with Captain Agu of the Fourth, that's after the fact is when the scramble for the 5th pillar happens. We got a little out of order.
Ooh.
RB. That a bit of what's happening to Inca is that she is just a very morally gray, fire starter, shit starter kind of character, but she's also like, her pupils go the same kind of color that Shinra's did when he had his strings being pulled by. So like, somebody is stoking her flames, much like Shinra was taken over at first. And it's just crazy to see how, like, if Shinra was any less of a hero, any less resolute, or didn't have Arthur there, the show would have been over.
Down that same path. Absolutely.
Yeah, it literally right then and there, the show could have ended. Like, it's really insane to think about.
And seeing her like have her own argument on why she was going with the Evangelionists. I don't know how to actually
the white
say
clad.
it, the white clad. she was Shinra's like, "Don't you care about life? Don't you care about what these people did to these lives?" And she said, "How dare you? I do this because I finally put value in my own life, and living this way is what makes me feel full and alive, and I don't see any other way that I could be living right now. So don't you dare put that on me." And I was like, "Damn." Like, for as much as like her ego is being stoked, there was like real freaking like emotion and like thought put into
Yeah,
it, and
and
it's like it's a great way to write a villain. I really feel like, or an
yeah,
antagonist.
it's different too because Haumea has this ability to overwrite people's brain functions with her electricity and basically use them as puppets. But this is something different. Like when Haumea does it, they're just brainless, mindless, like they can't rationalize and give their own reasoning and like explain exactly like whatever has happened to Shinra here and then what happens to Inca as well. It's like it's acting on an actual part of themselves, almost like the flip side of the coin. Like for every bit of hero that's in Shinra, there is a dichotomous amount of devil, and it's something that is a part of the whole, and it's working on just that part instead of the other part. And like I think that that's so interesting because we are shown that Haumea can just straight overwrite people's brains. This is something completely different, you know. And again, it becomes much more important later on.
It really, it does. Ugh. But
And yeah, after that though, we
world
this is when we
building.
go. Yeah, we go to the Chinese peninsula to investigate a hot spot, and we go and see outside of the Tokyo Empire.
John
And
Cena.
I think it's a really fun excursion with like some unexpected goats, and this is where we get to see Ogun flex, and we meet Scope, and we love him. And but man, did this feel a bit pace breaking for me.
Really?
Um, yeah, I when I was first experiencing it, I was a little put off. I appreciate it now, knowing everything that I know. But as
Mhm.
a first time watcher, before I actually got into reading it and everything, this felt like whiplash after the gas that we had just seen. It was, I thought it was filler until it got really crazy. And then I was like, oh no, this is probably really relevant actually. Like, but I don't know how much time you want to spend on this little mini arc, but
I
if effectively we meet we meet Juggernaut's parents and we see the world outside of the Tokyo Empire and the crazy amount of infernals that are everywhere. And these people don't have the church to send them off.
Yeah, what I
And
really liked
we
about it was like it was bringing together what was it? It was bringing in the lieutenant of Company 4, Ogun from Company 4, Juggernaut from Company 2, and then we had Arthur, Tamaki, and Shinra from Company 8. And it was like this amalgamation of like, hey, we got to go see what's happening in China cuz apparently we need to figure out what's happening with in spontaneous combustion, and there are
the
some
Victor
reports
leaked
of
erasure
things happening.
is
Yeah,
crazy.
Victor Leaked was there too. I forget. I just, oh man, it was such a
Yeah.
crazy arc, and like while I almost viewed it as like a self-contained story of like itself, kind of like Skypiea is to One Piece, where I thought it was gonna
Yeah.
be like there it is gonna be plot relevant, but not till it matters because once it is revealed that they get to the island and they meet Scope, which is a talking mole, which shout out Daxake because mole piece, but like I
Mole gang.
I remember watching it with you and I was like, what do you mean that this guy can just talk? You're like, Cody, you never seen a mole talk before? You're crazy. And I was like, no. Like, what do you mean? Oh, now the birds can
Cody,
talk, but other birds can't
I've
talk?
never gaslit you. I've
Yeah,
never gaslit you. This is
yeah.
slander.
That's crazy, especially with Coconut Head Juggernaut got introduced. That's
Oh my
crazy.
god.
I,
No, but I think that this accomplished so much because it shows us this gigantic world outside of the Tokyo Empire that has had to like not everyone has rebuilt or sustained or survived to the level that some places have post Great Cataclysm, and it's a wasteland. It's nigh uninhabitable. You have to be like a potato to exist out here and just be able to thrive in extremes. And it shows us, because we don't have Iris along with us. Tamaki is our sister for this, and it shows us the scope of things, like, no pun intended, but it shows us that like there's millions, billions of infernals even, and not all of them, like across the world, and not all of them are going to be able to, you can't say a prayer for all of them.
You
And
can't
so
even put them to
Tamaki,
rest. Like, yeah, like they're just
exactly,
burning eternally. And like that one scene where Ogun and Shinra are looking out and they see all those different infernals just out there. It's like,
it's
dang, those
insane.
are just people just
It
burning alive. Like, it's just sad. Like
for
to think about.
250 years, some of them.
Mm-hmm. But Scope lets us know that like him and his bird friend are like, yo, we got this really weird what do they call it? The Padalecki? The
Tabernacle.
tabernacle. The
What? Wait, dude, Bruce speaking in tongues, but no, yeah, they have
they,
like a little veritable paradise in this wasteland.
and they show that like
Uh,
infernals are not just limited to people, because the first like infernals that attack us once we get towards the tabernacle, which is almost a 1-to-1 with the Tokyo Empire's Amaterasu. Huh? That's that's a little strange. But
mhm.
they start making their way towards the tabernacle, and infernal dogs start fucking attacking them, and it's like, whoa, there's a reason I haven't seen animals in the actual like Tokyo Empire. Like, there's
What are you talking about? We've seen 119.
no, don't, I don't, you know what? I finished the whole
You
manga,
read?
still
Oh
don't
my god,
trust them. There's no
that's
way.
crazy. Oh my god. Yeah, I love that Arthur calls them hellhounds. Like he's so steeped in it
It
all the
was
time. Like he, oh my god.
peak. It was literal like peak, and it felt like it wasn't like for plot contrivances of like, oh no, the author can't draw this, so that just not included in the story. No, because hellhounds would be a lot harder to deal with in that kind of environment than, and they would just be feral all the time. And that's when we get introduced to very soon the demon infernal, who is just residing there, just bing chilling because it's China, but like it
Oh my god.
it was it was crazy to see that like there's still this ceiling that like we can't overcome by ourselves, because Ogun, Juggernaut, Tamaki, and Shinra are all trying to like attack this together. Meanwhile, the lieutenant Leaked and Arthur go inside of the tabernacle to go see what's going on. And so like while these two different plot threads are happening, the, they're doing nothing to this demon infernal, and it's on a whole other level. And meanwhile, like during the first season, Benny Maru's like, yo, get one shot at it. Boom. Like I was still like, how are we gonna handle this? Ogun had to pull out his JoJo technique and had to aura, and it still wasn't enough to like stop this man. And, like,
Yeah,
it, I was
I
just
think that
scared because I was like, who are we
the
losing?
introduction and yeah, the introduction of Tende, the demon, and then like all of his faction who are all capable of speech. What is like the implications of that? What, I was like, I'm sorry, what? And like it happened before, and I was like, okay, it's definitely not filler. Like this is crazy, and like seeing that, like yeah, a Demon Infernal took several, like all of Company 8, as well as like Kareem and like all of these people coming in to help from different companies. That was the whole first thing in the middle of the scramble for the fifth pillar, was we also have to deal with this demon. And they had to utilize citywide architecture and stuff like that, and like create an anomaly in a firestorm, and in order to deal with this thing. And they even say then and there, like, damn, you know, the captain and lieutenant of the seventh they must be monsters for them to be able to solo a demon like that.
Exactly.
And here we are with a skeleton crew face to face with a demon that's possibly even more powerful. Those were newborn demons. This guy is 250 years old, and he straight up says he remembers the cataclysm.
which is insane because it's like
He was
I didn't
there
think
for
anyone
it.
could live through it, but I guess they did, and he is so old. Like for Shinra starts hearing a voice while they're in the midst of fighting this demon, and it's like protect the
Return the
forest.
slab.
Yeah,
Oh yeah, that.
return the slab. Protect the forest or forever face my curse. And Shinra's like, no, I'm trying. Like help a brother out. And Frieren appears and starts telling Shinra, it's not Frieren,
Bro.
it's Frieren's voice actress. But this woman clad in black, which, by the way, also looked akin to Death's clothing in Soul Eater, which maybe that might be relevant
True,
later. But
true.
it was freaking crazy because I started having all these theories coming out of my mind, like why does she look like that? Why is she able to interact with Shinra from this other plane? And she is like, well, I can grant you grace somehow, like the evangelist does, but it would only be a second. So what could you do in a second? And Shinra is like, girl, you don't even
That's all I
know. That's
need.
all I need. And he literally
Yeah.
like breaks light speed and creates another Adola link with Tempeh the demon in order to read his memories, the way he was able to insert his memories to show. And he was able to see that there was this old man 250 years ago, and he made his way to the edge of what he conceived to be his verse. And as
The
he,
spatial rift.
yep, and as he got there, he was like, "Oh, it's all for naught. I made it here, and I'm rejected. I'm gonna die out here." And this entity just strolls out like it's nothing, literally like it's nothing, like appears out of thin air and is like, it doesn't say a word. And he's like, "You must be a divine being. You must be here to save me and grant me salvation." And
Yeah, bro found God.
it just turns him into a demon. Just straight up like, "Oh, demon time. You're
Yeah,
on."
it's insane. And like it's we have nothing solid to like, it's just like you said, your theory brain is just like going like fully ping pong pinball crazy with all of this new information. One thing that I think, knowing now what I know and going back and experiencing it, like rewatching it with you, it was really interesting because we see the first pillar instilling this chaos and in Shinra's mind and whatnot, and then we get this the lady in black. It's like the opposite. And wow, I wonder if that juxtaposition might be important down the line, you know?
Oh man, who knows? But
yeah,
with the help of the Lady in Black granting grace, Shinra starts flying his way back after beating Tempeh and having his memories and being like, well, he was just a dude. But the evangelist is like the one who made him a
proud of
demon
you.
and did that. Yeah, thank you. I got it. I was about to call her the Evangelionist, but as he starts making his way back, she starts talking with Shinra more and is like, I can only use my power to make this small little pocket of land uh before everything ends." And he's like, "Well, what does the evangelist want to do? Evangelist want to do?" and, and she's like, "Oh, womp womp. She's going to end the world. I just wanted to make a nice little place until it happens." And he's like, "Oh, I'm the hero. I'm not gonna let that happen." And she's like, "Oh, maybe you won't."
Yeah.
And so,
And I just love how it's being set up that these Adola bursts, these pillars, the great cataclysm is like that this is all leading towards destruction, but this arc shows us that with this power, with this grace, you can also have creation. And I'm like, I really love that it gives us that insight, and it gives Shinra the hope that he needs to continue on as a hero,
exactly.
facing like insurmountable world rending levels of destruction. You know, it's crazy how much this arc does without really giving you anything concrete or tangible. You know what I mean? I agree with what you said about the Skypiea thing, because like I think that, you know, like along the way, when you're getting towards post time skip in One Piece, you're like, yeah, Skypiea was cool, I guess, but it just feels really self-contained. And then you like, as you get further into towards present day One Piece stuff and whatnot, you realize just how much work that arc did. This is very similar in that vein. So really, really agree with you there.
So after they find out all these discoveries and everything, uh, they come back to the mainland of Tokyo Empire, and while they're on their way back, Shinra has another dream, and he sees this woman again, and he's like, "It's Iris. No, are you the evangelist? And are you being trapped in Amaterasu?" And I was like, "Yo, what if they're like being used by the White Clad against her will, and like the White Clad are like using her because we saw that the woman in black was wanting to make a land of peace, but what if they're like misinterpreting like her will?" And I was like my brain was like so full of like, Iris can't be a bad person. No one who looks like Iris can be a bad person. It's gotta be
Okay.
this. I was full on
Chill, bro.
coping.
She's fictional.
I know. But as they get back, as all good media does, they decide we're gonna bury the truth. We're gonna wait a couple years to let these revelations out because mass
Three
panic would break
years.
out. And Shinra was like, "Fuck that! That's bullshit! How could they do this?" And on the sidelines, we get a little revelation that two titular characters are meeting up together to want to get some dark secrets of the Holy Soul Temple. In
Oh,
Oh yeah,
oh man.
yeah. And we get
Oh
Joker
man.
and Benny Maru, two of the freaking strongest characters I feel like we have seen, up there with Captain Burns. Spoiler warning, because man, two of the goats just meeting up together, and Benny Maru's like, "Oh yeah, I don't mind cracking some skulls as long as you're not a bad guy." And Joker's like, "Bad guy's relative. Let's find out if I am." And so they start working their way through the Holy Soul Temple, which is like what the first is all based around, like protecting and serving, which worships Amaterasu, like this religious figure that it is, because for all intents and purposes, without Amaterasu, the Tokyo Empire wouldn't be. And so like they have gone through like, what is it, three generations, because they're on Raffles the third, and
Mhm.
like we're on three generations of like worshiping this like a very very prolific uh figure that is like the Amaterasu. And so they start cracking through all sorts of different freaking people and churchgoers and ne'er do wellers. And what was craziest about this was Raffles the Third was like, "Oh, Benny Maru and all of Asakusa, they don't like to be like us. They're proto nationalists. Let's fuck them up." Lord Raffles! Lord Raffles, he's here. He's fucking us up. I haven't even given the order yet. What? What?
Yeah, like, well, apparently it's a thing throughout the whole church. They're like, hey, don't stoke the flames of the god of destruction. Like let's not start shit with this guy that we can't handle. And they give him such a moniker as that. But yeah, Shinmon Benimaru is even more him than we could have possibly imagined. And I think it's crazy. And I think it's also really funny that like he keeps bouncing off of Joker in these kind of whimsical, kind of edgy ways where like it's just like, oh, I'm not here to really do anything. I'm here because I don't trust you. I'm not here because I trust you. And so you
Exactly.
get like that, like you don't really know where anyone stands, and that whole trust nobody mentality has never been stronger because this is somebody who we assume is an ally and somebody who we assume is morally gray going up against people that we assume are bad. And it turns out all of that is only half true.
Yeah, like as we start getting Joker's backstory, as he's like an, uh, well, first off, Joker's an ex Ambu Black Ops that guy. Crazy to find that out. Like, first off, it was really funny to hear Benny Maru be like, "So you had a bowl cut like them?" "No, I didn't. Like, that's weird." That had me
Yo.
dying with that little panel of like freaking Joker with the bowl cut. Freaking had me reeling. And then seeing like Joker like actually having want to find out what the truth of the world is and being persecuted for wanting to find out what it is to be happy. Why is it a crime for me to want to be strong? Why is it a crime for me to want to be happy in this world? Why does this world fucking suck? And it's just like, I'm done playing by their rules. Yeah, to even go as far as to like kill anyone that showed Joker any kind of happiness with like he had found a family to find refuge with and to have that ripped away from him. Like you really find out that like what was set up for Joker to be a morally gray character, you find out maybe it's not that Joker's morally gray, but the world isn't as sunshine and rainbows as it's painted itself out to be. And
Yeah, like I think this hammers home what I love most about his character up until this point is that he doesn't care about being in the light or being in the dark like so much of like the Holy Soul Temple is a whole faction that poises themselves as the like up on a pedestal within the beaming light, and yet they have these shadows, the Ambu Black Ops, like these individuals that steep themselves so truly and deeply into darkness. And like Joker's whole mentality the entire way is just like, I don't care where I land as long as it leads me to the truth, because
exactly.
all of you are pretending, all of you are just, and I love that. I absolutely adore his characterization in this mini arc that we get here.
And what's
And the juxtaposition of Benimaru, who like Benimaru is someone for all intents and purposes has found his truth and is seeking to preserve his life in Asakusa and their way, completely separate from these other pretenders. So it's like you see somebody who has found their truth and somebody who is looking for a universal truth. You know what I mean?
exactly. And like as we like finally have both these characters come to their revelations, they are come face to face with what is to be the ceiling, as we've mentioned before. Captain Burns, a captain of the first Fire Force company, which is like all about like worshiping with what the church is going with, which who always has like these things. And like I said during the opening with like I had been waiting for this moment while watching it, and I was like, "Oh my god, it's finally about to happen! We're about to see the three-way showdown!" And it doesn't happen because Burns is the goat. And as reluctant as I am to be like, "Erg, we didn't get a big fight," it was so cool to see Burns be like, "Nah, I've had my doubts because we both saw Adola that day, and ain't no way that what took our eye. First off, I can't believe it took me so long to put together that Joker and
Mm-hmm.
Burns had opposite freaking eyes burned out of them to like tie them together as characters. And I was like, whoa, it it all just makes sense.
It's just like Obito and Kakashi. No, I'm
Yeah,
sorry.
it's crazy. But like,
But the fact that they both were in Adola face to face with the evangelist is crazy. Like these two literally saw God
mm-hmm,
in like a world of destruction. And God, dude, I loved, like, as much as I love like how Burns was set up in season 1, for us to see that he is this person who is fully adherent to the way that things are, for us to find out that even he has his doubts and he's too deep in to, like act like how someone like Joker would. And he even mentions to Joker like, hey, most of these people aren't publicly known, and there were very little, because Benimaru wasn't fully flexing, almost nobody actually died. This will be very easy to cover up.
and he's willing to
He is an
help
ally.
Joker, and it's so like,
Yes, dude.
oh, like Burns is actually the freaking go. And then Benny Maru's like, as like they're divulging this information, they're like, well, it's not actually a part of the church because if we read this journal from Raffles's wife, it it shows up that like maybe Hajima is more in tune with like what's actually going down with the world, and maybe they're the ones actually pulling the strings. And we already know we have somebody working with Hajime. So it's very like, okay, so this is supposed to set up what we're supposed to go after next. And Benimaru is like, actually no, I can't do anything against Hajime. They're gonna cancel Okube's or they're gonna cancel Okube, or
Person Okube.
I keep saying Okube and I don't know why. They're gonna cancel my lieutenant's
So
medicine.
Steins Gate pilled.
They're gonna cancel his medicine. I can't do that.
Conroe.
Conroe. Yes,
Yeah.
thank you. Yeah, and Joker's like, you didn't think they'd do that if you did this? He's like, yeah, you do pose a good point. Like, what a freaking. And so we cut back to Company 8, and Company 8's like, man, what are we gonna do? Like, we can't just let this go under the radar. And Leaked is like, all right, it's time to let you know, I'm a
Cat's out
spy.
of the bag.
I'm not a bad guy, but I have been spying on y'all. And everyone's like, we knew. Yeah, we knew. And then me as a viewer, I was like, oh yeah, I knew. I fucking knew it. I called this.
Everybody knew. Yeah, like.
And Leak's like, okay,
But,
Hajime wants to investigate Shinra because Shinra's having a Dola burst, and they let that get away from him. And Obi's like, we're not letting that happen. And Leak's like, yeah, no, I don't want to let that happen. I want to know what's really happening. And it's like Joker wanting to find out the truth. I just want the truth.
Mhm.
I'm not on anyone's, like, Leaked is, for all intents and purposes, he's not with the 8th. He is not with Hajime. He is definitely not an evangelist. Leaked is somebody who is all on his own to be like, I want answers, and I just want to know why it is. And like that,
yeah, the only
coincides with
person he
Joker.
can truly, that's the only person he is actually legitimately fully allied with, because they ultimately have the same goal. And as the 8th starts to uncover things more and more, their goals align more with Leaked. And so, like, we see him leaning and smiling and letting himself enjoy his time with the crew, to the point, like, I love this. Like, I fully think that this is like a Leaked arc, like seeing the Hajime stuff play out.
Oh yeah, because
But it's also really interesting because it brings back the GOAT, Hoshimiya. Like, everything that he was trying to accomplish in season 1, we actually see the fruit of that here with Nataku in the Hajime testing facilities and whatnot.
That is correct, because while Rika Hoshimiya in season 1 was putting bugs in people and making them spontaneously combust, he put a bug in a kid, and whoop-de-doo, he didn't combust. That ain't supposed to happen. Most people light on fire, and Reika Hoshimiya was like, yes, I finally had a breakthrough. And we never had any resolution with that. We're just like, oh yeah, that kid, gone. Who knows what happened to him? And season 2 rolls around, and they're like, no, he's being tested on in Hajime, and it is not a good time, let me tell you. Shinra reveals that he had also come from Hajime because he wasn't able to control his feet, and there was a man with tephrosis there, which that shit happens when you abuse your power too much, I guess. Like
When you overheat,
when Conroe,
carbonize.
Conroe has tephrosis, and he has to be constantly medicated 24/7. But they have a crazy dude there who's just beating up children to try to figure out if they have a Dola burst or not. And
I'm sorry, I hate him. I can't stand Kureno, bro. Oh my god.
Kureno is a very interesting character, because while he is antagonistic towards the group at first when they come to Hajime, the Company 8's ultimate goal is to, 1, not lose Shinra, 2, to locate and figure out what's happening with Nataku, and 3, expose Hajime for working with the Evangelist, because they think this is it. We're going to have our big breakthrough here. And so as they make their way into there, it's Shinra Leaked, and the rest of Company 8 are waiting in the matchbox. And so Shinra, as posing as like, oh yeah, I'm just here to do a little test with my Adola burst. And they finally meet up with Kureno. And Kureno has already been shown to beat the fucking shit out of kids. I know. But what's really cool about his power is that, like you said, with different second gen and third gen abilities, like being able to manipulate ice with Kareem, or freezing flames, or like Show being able to rewrite the universe. Kureno has like one of the like I hate to say it, but it's a really cool power, and he is able to manipulate suit, and like the soot from his flames is like freaking like uh being able to manifest that into a solid weapon and using that to break people down. And while he is a garbage character and a garbage person, I really, really like the design that they use for his
Yeah.
power.
It's kind of like it reminds me of like Gara of the Sand. Like at first you just have this like crazy impenetrable defense and like an offense that could take any shape, and he even uses it to enhance his sensory capabilities. If he fills the room with smoke, he can feel the movement and like react almost like Killua using Godspeed, like faster than a normal human muscle reaction could, because he's bolstering his senses with his powers. And like, so like Shinra throws rapids at him, and without even having seen the attack before, Kureno is able to seamlessly dodge and counterattack immediately. And like, they hyped this man up in the arc before, because when Joker and Benimaru are talking about the shadows and how each of them are ridiculously strong, almost to Joker and Benimaru's levels, Joker says, "Yeah, but I hear they keep the real monsters in Haijima." And when they're talking about Kureno before his proper introduction, they even say this guy's powers might even be on par with the captain of the Seventh.
Which is crazy because he's just beating up.
I call
bullshit.
But yeah, absolutely not. But he is very cracked. Kureno is way above where Shinra's current level is without Grace.
Oh my god,
like
yeah.
Way above.
Yeah, and so like as they finally figure out that, oh my god, we get another pillar introduced, and that pillar is the boy that Reika Hoshimiya had traumatized with putting the bug in him, and Reika Hoshimiya the goat. Wouldn't have had Nataku without Reika Hoshimiya, and it was so good to have.
Like Nataku. I'm sorry,
Nataku is awful
with this character,
but like the traumatization is freaking phenomenal. I love seeing that, like the positive toxic positivity. Yeah, absolutely. Like had infested this kid's entire life, and having like the up like ceiling, having like the absolute like pinnacle of what is toxic positivity in Reika Hoshimiya be the thing that absolutely traumatized.
You can do it.
You could absolutely do it. My stars. You could be my star if you just do it. And like, not the breaking past that point, especially when the White Clad show up and they're like, "Hey, another pillar time." Now and
yeah,
it
this is insane.
Three-way battle between Haijima wanting to keep their test subject, the Evangelic, the
White Clad.
I can't believe how many times I'm gonna mess this up.
Somebody put a counter in the comments. But yeah, White Clad versus Company 8, no reinforcements this time, versus Haijima. And Haijima is somebody who has strings across over 80% of the entire Tokyo Empire is Haijima affiliated. This is such a huge faction with nigh unlimited resources. Like, we have Vulcan, who's like the craziest tech wizard of this era, and he's just built different. Like, and then we have people who are able to match, if not out engineer him, because they just have such a vast pool of resources that he does not have. And it's just actually crazy because Haijima is everywhere. They are involved in everything, to the shirt that's on each of their backs. Like, Haijima is like fully ingrained into this society. So for them to have to fight them and the White Clad simultaneously while being split up, and their goal is not only to like not have Shinra be captured, but also to rescue Nataku. There's so much going on here. It's absurd how much is going on here. And not only is all of that happening, we also get to meet the protector of Inca, another one of the White Clad, somebody who just resurrects the dead and causes amalgam infernals, giant infernals with multiple cores, almost like that one that we fought at the beginning of the season.
We get the freaking goated show off of Charon. Like, first off, like, I guess if we're gonna like break it down, this just confirms that Hajime and the White Clad are not in cahoots with each other, which like absolutely broke my mind because I was like, I thought we were finally getting answers, but it turns out you're just leaving me with more questions.
So now there's two separate factions that are very interested in the Adola burst, possibly for separate reasons, that we now know are not affiliated, which leaves us somewhere scrambling in the middle. Like, what the fuck then? And like, you see some unlikely duos and team ups here. We see Kurano actually having to work alongside the Eighth.
We see
to protect and try to recover Nataku.
And the puppeteer of like Hajime having to work with Maki to try to bring down Haumea and like stop her. And they're getting stopped by Arrow, who had previously murdered the goat Reika Hoshimiya, which rest in peace, Reiko. Oh my God. I freaking loved like the juxtaposition that like happened once Haumea decided, oh man, Nataku, you're not crazy enough. Like, let's make this, let's dial this bitch up to 11. And she fully dials the Reika meter up to 11 in Nataku's mind and fully gives him like an attack, like an anxiety attack or like a break. He crashed out.
Bro goes full meltdown. This is meltdown on an actually nuclear level. Yes, this man, there's Geiger counters going off because this man is at full critical mass, or this boy. And while that's happening, the what's her face, Ritsu loses control of the massive necro infernal with multiple cores, and it just starts like going completely ballistic. And Haumea's like, whoopsie. Which
Charo, that leads clean up my mess.
Yeah, that leads to one of the craziest moments where Shinra is about to probably die. And Charon, the reflector, comes in and says, my job is to protect the pillars. That means you too.
We get a three-way team up of Hajime, Company 8, and the White Clad. Crazy enough, it turned into a three-way battle into a like, insane. We got to stop this kid from crash it out. Like,
how did we get here?
And to make me almost cry for Charon as like Nataku literally is like, my main goal is to blow up and then act like I don't know nobody, and he like goes to set up a nuke.
Out, yeah.
He like Nataku's pillar ability in being linked up with an Adola burst, he has the power of nuclear radiation apparently, and that's just how it works. And he goes off to set off an entire nuke that not only would wipe off the Tokyo Empire, but would definitely like fuck up the Earth. And Charon's like, try me.
They said, Inka is our resident power scaler now because she can see the fires of the future and stuff like that. And she's like literally talking about how if this goes off here, it'll create a crater that's 500 kilometers wide.
That's insane.
That's enormous. That's ridiculous. And this is a kid who just unlocked this, and mind you, does not even have grace. Mm-hmm. This is base Nataku with Adola burst. Like, the sixth pillar is kind of terrifying to think if they were to recover this and have them and like Inka get them fully on their side and outfitted and aligned with them. This is world ending. Potentially, if this kid gets grace.
Absolutely. And we see that freaking as he goes to let off this blast and Shinra and everyone is literally cooked, Charon says, nah, I'm the GOAT. And he takes all of his fucking energy and he launches it towards the moon. And I thought, like, oh yeah, this is how we're getting the moon. This is how we're getting a currently crescent shaped moon. No, it just lets off a really big blast there. But as they finally like the fires start settling and everyone have to start leaving, like uh Nataku, it comes to the realization that it's okay to be weak, and he finds his own protector in Kurino, which is kind of gross
Ugh.
because like
I hate
want
it. I can't stand it.
for like what he needs in his life. It's so like weird that like Kurino almost grows as a person and realizes, dang, if I keep bullying the weak, one day they're gonna be strong enough to come back and kick my ass. I should probably, I should probably be a little bit
I
better
think
of a
that
person.
the characters themselves, I hate them. The writing around these situations that involve these characters, I think it is as tastefully done as it could be for such a gritty source material, like, or not source material, but like subject matter. You know what I mean? Like, this is a very toxic relationship that accomplishes a more healthy fostering of this person and their power. And like, it's, I don't know, to me it's atrocious, but it's two negatives multiplying each other to become a positive integer. And I cannot attempt to rationalize it to the level that the author did, the mangaka did a well job of doing it. I don't want to say that like I don't like this part of the story. I just don't like these two characters, and I don't think that they are meant to be liked. So that's fine. That's kudos. I don't want it to sound like I'm ripping into the manga or the anime here at all. I just think that, you know, every now and then there's characters you're not supposed to like Haumea, you know, and stuff like that. And like and Inca, and I fully put these people in my bottom 5. I do not fuck with Nataku. I do not fuck with Kurano, but I understand their role in the story, and I think that the mangaka did do a very well job of making this palatable. You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm. And so Hajima finally is like, "Hey, we're not. We're gonna have a meeting. We're gonna have a meeting with Company 8 because
Oh my
y'all are
god.
being fuck asses." And
This scene
I
broke Cody,
it
y'all.
literally
This scene fully broke Cody.
I it broke all of us. My sides were hurting more than when I fell off my motorcycle when landed on my side. Like I
Yeah.
was wheezing, almost throwing up from this scene.
We see Mr. Haijima himself, like the John Haijima of this verse, and he is fully invested in his handheld video game and not making eye
Nintendo.
contact with anybody. Yeah, he's playing on his Nintendo DS or something, and all while having this conversation, we do find out that the ultimate goal in attaining an Adola burst is to create a secondary Amaterasu, almost like the hotspot in the Chinese Peninsula. So it is ultimately for the goal of preserving life, as opposed to worldwide cataclysmic destruction like the White Cloud wants.
But
But
the
that
reason
comes
they
at the
want
cost of
an Adola
imprisoning somebody.
and they want to burn them alive, like how the woman in black is like burning herself to keep that life going over in the Chinese Peninsula. They're fully ready to
Yeah.
sacrifice someone, and it's really cool that like Shinra said, I would be willing to give my life if it saved millions, and Obi being the one to remind him of the words he told Kurino. No, because if you're dead, you can't save people. And I think you could save even more than those millions of people. You're well on your way to it. And then Vulcan, the freaking goat of the family who originally apparently built Amaterasu, said, "Nah, you're not sacrificing Shinra, and you're not doing this without my help because I'm going to make it a Amaterasu that doesn't need an Adola burst." And Mr. Hajima he like goes full, "Uwu, can you really do that?"
Mr. Vulcan, you promise?
It's like these, like, you guys have to understand, Mr. Hajima. I'm gonna put an image on screen for this. I'm gonna go through and edit. I have the timestamp right now, but like he has like this full deadpan face of like, "Oh yes, I am a company businessman," and then he gets uwu-fied ooh, I don't even have a real better word for it. He gets like these weird,
It's
like
so
overly big
funny.
puppy dog eyes. He's like, you can really do that? OMG. All right, well, I guess since that'll be the day. And then it just
Vulcan's
goes
like,
back to
yes,
normal.
yeah. Vulcan's like, yes, kitten, I'll buy you nitro. Like, and like, oh my god, it's crazy, yo.
Oh,
But
so
this was a very important scene because it tested Shinra as a pillar, and it showed him like both sides of like there's the creation aspect and the destruction aspect. It confirmed that Hajime is not in alliance with the White Clad. It showed that not only is Obi the goat, Vulcan is the goat, man. But like this did so much of a tying together of so many previous arcs. And it does also show us that yes, Hajime is involved with everything, but that doesn't mean that they can keep tabs on everyone. So Giovanni is an
Giovanni.
anomaly. Yeah, and so they're like, you can't hold that against us like entirely. The White Clad are just sneakier and seedier than we are. You know, what are you gonna do? So it does a good job of answering a lot, like a ton of questions.
Yeah,
And it
and
really does feel like a huge weight is off our shoulders as Company 8, you know?
yeah. Um, after that, we get a little episode with Iris, and they go to the temple to bless their weapons, and we actually get like a revelation of like, well, if the evangelists are actually bad people, what does that mean about the people who actually worship the sun still and follow these teachings? And we have the other
Hoyen, my
Hoyen
goat.
who meeting with Shinra is like, with Reika and everyone like freaking out. I think it's better to find the people who do believe in this and find the good in what they believe in. And Shinra being like, Iris, you're like our sunflower. You bring us the light that we need
Oh.
to do this hard job. Because the worst thing Obi said is this job can make you numb to it. And I feel it every time. And that's why we need you to give us the peace that we need to give them the rest they deserve. And it's like such a wonderful freaking dichotomy. I love Iris as a character and like the role that she plays and how it doesn't undermine her. Because even though she is powerless, even though that like she doesn't have the ability to fight infernals in the same way that they do, it still shows that the clerical church has a pivotal role to play in this story. And I really wanted to bring that up because this is a really good episode, and for being
I agree.
for what it did in like the one episode it did, I was so freaking in love with like the message it sent and showing that even Iris herself was having doubts about it. And like at the
Yeah.
beginning of the episode, she was being scolded for like her prayers not being enough, but having that reinforcement from Shinra saying, "No, we do need you. Nobody else could do this the way you do it." And like the sister at the end was like, "Oh no, you did your prayers perfectly, dutifully, beautifully." And even like a priest of the churchhood can randomly combust, even though they worship the sun god. Like it's so things are feel like they're ramping up because anyone and everyone is just still spontaneously combusting, and it sucks because like this guy devoted his life to it and just up in flames like that, gone. uh uh
I think that Hoyan, like, and what he said to Shinra is so real here in that, because, like, realistically, if we're taking the logical approach and whatnot, if we know that the White Clad has their fingers into the entire empire and we can confirm that it's no longer through the Fire Force. All of our captains and all of our companies are cleared now that Giovanni's out of the picture. We can confirm now that it's not Hajime. What's left other than the Holy Soul Temple?
I know.
And so like for them to tackle this like just as this like light-hearted excursion to go baptize some weapons, and then for us to get this like crazy good setup, and Hoyan saying like I will I don't it doesn't like I'm not praying to the evangelist. What I pray to is the sun itself and for what it symbolizes and for what it represents. And so it's like there can be hope and belief beyond these strings that are being pulled and this wool that's over our eyes. And that's what I pray to. And I won't think that I'm wrong for it. And I love that because light is light in any, sense of it. And giving a face to it, like the evangelist and things like that, like, and holding these people in high regard, like Raffles and Burns and stuff like that. Like those are earthly titles, and he's thinking of a bigger, brighter picture. And I love that so much. And it really, really did a lot to build him up as a character as well. One of my favorite side characters. I really appreciate Hoyen.
Yeah, it was a really good episode, especially for the latter half having Assault and Tamaki's rematch. I just we could just brush past that.
Oh my god, bro went on his full training arc.
He's just like me for real. He just like
no,
me.
like the comedy surrounding this was actually into like I'm somebody who's very against egregious fan service, and like I'm sorry, this was funnier than it was cringe, although it was cringe, I'm not gonna lie, but I think that the benefit to the story as a whole is greater than the detriment here. But I'll be the first person to tell you, up until this point in the story, Tamaki is my least favorite Company 8 like member by a landslide, by a huge margin. But she does get some glow up coming up here soon.
Oh, my heart, my stars. So after that episode, we get a big revelation that like we know that Lieutenant Hinawa and Maki had both come from the army, and well, wouldn't you know it, Maki is being called back by her father, who is like the supreme commander of the army, I guess. And he's like, nah, too dangerous for my baby girl. And she's like, why, Dad? And he's like, well, your brother went to go investigate the Nether, and they have literal suicide bombers. Ain't no way you're built for that. Come back. And she's like, do I have to? And Hinoa being the one to look at her and say, this isn't a place for a pampered princess. Go home. That that broke my heart because I was like, man, she looked up to you. You're the one who invited her, and like we saw in Hinoa's little backstory, he's the one who initially had the thought to recruit her first, and so for him to lose faith in her like that, what I thought, it hurt. I was physically hurt watching this, and I was like, wow, I I can't believe I just saw that, and so as Maki leaves, we realize that Company 2 and Company 8, after this investigation on the Nether through the detective agency fell through, they said, all right, we're going to recruit the Fire Force and send them in. And this is when the story gets real because we're not pulling punches anymore. People literally die. They just straight up, they get murked.
A lot of them.
A lot of them. It just after they're introduced too. It's not even fair. Like one of the so Company 2, Company 8 break off into forces to go search throughout the Nether to find out where the White Clad are working. And as
the memes when this shit was weekly was crazy. People were calling Company 2 fodder force.
Oh no. They were
Dude,
so
they were
cool.
getting mowed down. They were stormtrooper energy though, most of them. Like they couldn't like this felt crazy to me because Company 2 is what is closely tied to the army. And those are people who are not necessarily pyrokinetics. Most of Company 2 are unpowered. Not the people I would have sent to the Nether, let's be real.
Yeah, like maybe Company 4, maybe I don't know. Like yeah, it was just like disheartening to see like someone Juggernaut had looked up to traveling with Tamaki. Was he the lieutenant, right? I'm forgetting.
Squadron
leader, and he had this really cool ability where he was able to like see the heat around people, and he was no scoping kids. He was like bam, 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 bam. Have a nice dream. Bam, 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 bam. Have a nice dream.
It's Hajiki. I want to say it's Hajiki.
Yeah, I think so. And like within a second of meeting the White Clad, boom, decapitated, gone. Just the shook feeling I had where I was like, no, not Juggernaut. No, not Tamaki. And Juggernaut fighting tooth and nail to protect his Discord kitten.
Oh my
I can't believe
god.
it.
Bro really said it. Princess.
Princess. But like Juggernaut like lost an arm and a leg in that fight. And he set off a literal like almost nuclear sized bomb in this woman's face and completely smashed her into the ground. Lost an arm and a leg, and Tamaki's like, all right, I just gotta get you back. And then two more White Clad appear. And Tamaki is so upset with herself because there's nothing more she can do as this like a powerless being in this situation. She doesn't want to leave Juggernaut to die, and so she's just sitting there taking this beating, and it's just brutal to freaking watch because like you know that she's a third gen pyrokinetic, but she's never shown off any prowess in fighting, and like I to see her call out for Shinra, especially thinking back to that Rika Hoshimiya incident where Shinra's like, all you have to do is call out for a hero and I'll save you. And to hear her call out for Kusakabe, like while she's getting pummeled, I I was sick. I was sick watching it. I did not like it. And then the goat showed up. Captain Okitaru Obi. Holy shit, what a man. What a hero. What a goat. Probably like top 3 for me. I love Obi so much. Obi's like, I trade every day for this. And these white clad are like, you're empowered. I don't think you're supposed to be here. And he's like, nah, let me show you. And he just freaking beats the bricks off this man. Unpowered. He just
He like two taps him. He fully two taps this guy. Like he almost atomizes a man with his fist. Like that's so cool, dude.
Obi is literally the goat.
Yeah, I think that this moment for Tamaki was really, really clutch in that she got absolutely dog walked trying her hardest. She's somebody who's her defense and her reflexes are her strongest suits, and that's what lets her hang in the ring with season 1 Arthur and season 1 Shinra. But man, she's getting left behind, and it's like you get like that kind of Sakura syndrome, and you're like, how is she going to bridge this gap? And her realizing in this moment that her best is not enough is what needed to happen for the growth that is to come whenever she's on the other side of this, and she does survive, which is great.
It was really, really rough. It was a really rough watch because it's like she truly like believed in calling on Shinra, and thank God Obi was there. I don't think I could have stand.
Obi wasn't the hero that showed up. Juggernaut was.
Juggernaut,
and, like,
but like while she was getting pummeled after she was trying to protect Juggernaut, like, Obi was the one who showed up after that. I was pretty sure.
But she was calling for a hero when it was just her versus Orochi, which is when Juggernaut showed up.
Yeah, that is true.
Yeah, Obi and Honda showed up whenever the other two showed up. The other white clad. But yeah, like the fact that Orochi was such a really cool design villain as well, and like I don't understand how that ability can be as cracked as it is without them just being a really, really strong pyrokinetic. But for them to get taken out and then 2 more to show up, like I was just like, oh, we're screwed. We're actually screwed. But yeah,
then so I want to know who set up this freaking like disbursement of power, because like who thought it was okay to leave Tamaki like that? Like I get putting Shinra and Arthur together. No, I don't. Why did we have 2 incredibly powerful pyrokinetics, and we're like, nah, we don't need to spread them out. Put them together.
What they had to do, no, they did separate Shinra and Arthur.
Arthur was the rear guard. I forgot. You're so right.
Yeah, he charged in ahead, but they split up each of Company 8 because they had experience in the Nether. So one member of Company 8 was accompanying several other members of Company 2. And they had only, so it was Tamaki as a sister, who offered almost nothing combatively, but they had Juggernaut and homeboy Hajiki, who were like ridiculous powerhouses in and of themselves. So I felt like it was fairly weighted. It's just worst case scenario. You know, what are you gonna do? The plot comes coming for you. So
Yeah. Then we get Takigi and Hinoa, which is Maki's brother. And Maki, we hate that man. Fuck him.
oh
Just
my
shut up. Like, I had enough of it. He was like literally gauching it, and I'm so sick of pretending like he wasn't. Like, it was so stupid to hear him be like, "You guys were all over my sister. You guys stay away from my sister. This is my baby
Bro gets a
sister."
nosebleed.
It was
Like,
literally.
no.
I was fuming. I was like, dude, shut up. You know what's doing his
No,
best
I
right
just
now.
aside from the overbearingness, it's just like I think that the twisting of information to vilify Company 8 by any means necessary, just because of the pedestal that they put precious little Maki on top of. It's like vilifying Hinawa, who like you just met this man, and for you to, it's such a like Reddit argument. You know what I mean? Where like you just insert your own agenda and biases in there every single possible chance you can and ignore facts and stuff, and like that's what bothered me so much. Like the overbearingness, whatever, but the straight like vilifying of Hinawa is so heavy-handed. I was actually triggered when I watched this the first time. The second time through, I was just laughing because, like, you know, when you know, you know. But man, this guy pissed me off.
And then Shinra and Arthur come face to face with Giovanni. Well, Shinra does, and then
2.0 awakened. Like,
awakened Giovanni, and Arthur's like
his domain expansion.
Arthur finds his way to Shinra, and Shinra's like, "What are you doing here?" And Arthur's like, "Oh yeah, I'm the rear guard." And he's like, "Do you know what a rear guard is?" Because Arthur charged in ahead instead of backing up the rear.
It's so funny. Bro really just be doing what he wants, like calling it shit and just not asking questions. It's so funny.
And so like Giovanni like had this like weird power to like I guess read what they were gonna do, which was how he was able to dodge Shinra's what do you
Rapid.
call it when it
So
rapid? Yeah.
yeah, so he was able to like pick up on human pheromones. So effectively he could read their intent. Think of it like the breath of life.
Yep. And
Like it's like that, but scientifically achieved instead of skillfully. You know what I mean?
yeah, and while Shinra's trying to overcome it through sheer speed alone, Arthur's like, "Oh, well, if you can tell what I'm gonna do, then what if I just remove all intent of what I'm gonna do?" And he goes
Head
ultra
MP.
instinct. he goes,
Yes.
he goes ultra instinct, and is like, "I am nothing. I have achieved nirvana. I am peak. I am the Guan
I
Yin
love him.
Bodhisattva." I fucking love Arthur. He's so good,
He's so good,
and
dude.
he one
But
shots
this was
Giovanni. That's
well,
crazy.
not necessarily because Giovanni still gets away, but like the thing is like this does so much because it shows us that Arthur is a lot more malleable and like his fight IQ is not correlative to his actual IQ. In fact, it may be an inverse relationship, but it also establishes a lot about Adola and normal humans and how those might interplay. And maybe that will be very important later on in the story, but you don't need an Adola burst or to be a demon infernal for you to access Adola. And Giovanni and his machinations show us that because
Especially
he
when
links with Shinra.
and Shinra admits to him, he's like, "Well, you were one of the people I linked up with when we went to go save Vulcan." And he's like, "I linked with you? That's crazy!" Showing that like it can
Mhm.
be one sided in a way. But like the other time we had seen it was when Conro had called for a hero, and Shinra had felt it the same. And this is another cool thing I really liked about the anime versus like manga is like the sound design, like you said, because it was the same exact sound design for whenever he has had an Adola burst or had the Adola links happen, that his ankles vibrate with like the devil's footprint, and then that It's like that very distinct sound that like it's like, oh my god, I have heard that before. I have seen this before. And it's one of the things I feel like David Productions really nailed because it was able to like let me infer that like, yes, this had
Wah.
happened with with
Yeah.
Conroe. And so Shinra puts that together, and while Giovanni does escape, the rest of the Fire Force crew are busy trying to, not let all of Tokyo Empire blow up and act like they don't know nobody.
Oh my god.
Yeah, the White Clad have preemptively been like, "Yo, we're gonna blow this shit up, and it's gonna blow up all of Tokyo Empire."
Yeah,
And
the whole lab that the police force had discovered and everything, like it was all a ruse, it was all a trap. Everything was designed to get Company 8 and Fodder Force, all down into the Nether all at the same time.
and
Which
Lee,
feels a little redundant to me, knowing what's
they could
coming
have
next. But yeah,
they could have just done it, TBH. And if it would have taken out Tokyo
TBH.
Empire, it probably just would have taken out Company 8 in the same process. So
Well,
needing
the
them
thing
to,
is one of their pillars is down there. Like
I
Shinra's there.
I guess, yeah. But
So it's like, why would you? I don't know. This felt like it just needed to be very big and climactic in several ways. I feel like they also knew they weren't necessarily going to succeed, but just cull a
it,
lot of the herd.
well, I
Yeah.
mean, as our resident power scaler said, Inca was like, "Nah, they're gonna live," and they're like, "No, they're not. That's not how this works." And she's like, "Nah, they live. It's okay." And Maki, the goat, returns to the scene of the crime because everyone's like, we need to be. Leaked says the only way this could happen is if we have someone who can manipulate this much fire. We need a really good second generation pyrokinetic, like Maki Oze. Oh, wait, you took her away from us, bitch ass. As he looks at her brother. and then
Get shit on.
and
Yeah.
then brother looks at fucking Hidoa and is like, well, you're second generation. And then it's like, actually, he uses pinpoint accuracy. He's not really suited for this. And then he goes to call him useless. Like, my brother and Cret, you're acting like this guy didn't just take out someone for you and save your life. Shut up.
And the funniest thing, he is also a second gen himself, by the way.
Yeah, but he's like immediately shifting the blame to him. And so as Maki shows up and she's like, we don't keep secrets at the 8th, and I'm ready to step up and do this.
The reveal of her listening the whole time.
That got me. That got me so bad. I was like in tears. I was like, yes!
I was pumped. I was so pumped. I jumped out of my freaking chair and scared my dog. And I was like, this is peak. This is so peak. I love Maki. Maki is my favorite female character in this series. And she's near my top of like actual strong female characters in all of anime manga. I love her so much. And the Oze family kind of Nether Infiltrator 2.0 kind of arc that we got here, I think was really, really, really what solidified her as one of my absolute favorites. I love her.
Yes.
She's so cool.
She is so goated. And so her brother has memorized the whole entire layout of the Nether, and they work together in order to bring the flames all the way down into the ground, and so they are cooled immediately. And Inca was right. Who cares about that? But
this Inca apologist here.
As we oh god, don't ever put that shit on me. Don't ever. Here.
Said Inca did nothing wrong.
No. Inca for Nakama.
Put it in the comments.
Inca for Nakama. Hashtag. Inca for Nakama. So as they all leave the Nether, Shinra is like mad dashing, and he's like, I gotta find out what Conroe knows. And Hibana, first off, why is Hibana stalking Shinra? You need to stop. All right, Colleen. Like, this is not. You are not.
Oh my god, no, that's crazy.
All right, but Conroe shows off that while he's still not able to use his pyrokinetic power, he is still a powerhouse in and of himself, and he's still a lieutenant for a reason, not just because Benimaru likes him. He is still him. Like, yeah. And so while Shinra starts talking to him, he's like, "Hey, why could we link?" And he's like, "Oh yeah, I did see Adola. That's kind of crazy. Well, uh, you want to get stronger though? Sounds like you need it. And he's like, I can get stronger. And Benny Maru's like, yeah, you could probably like use some hysterical strength. What do you mean by
Bro,
that? Figure it out yourself. And then he's like, you can't just leave him off like that. Explain it to him. And he's like, all right.
I absolutely love Shinra and Arthur having to go through the meat grinder for the press of death training
And then
bits. It's so
Tamaki,
interesting.
the juxtaposition of Tamaki being like, you just have to play tag with these kids. And she's like, getting demolished by these two
Bro,
children.
I love Hinata and Hikage. They are adorable, first of all. They're so funny. In every panel they're in every scene they're in, they are hilarious. And they straight up just call her a hussy and a tramp and just dog walk her and are just like smiling, shitting and grin, just smack talking her every single step of the way. And she's not taking it seriously. And like, yeah, this whole moment with Tamaki, like, and we get her flashback and we see when she was training to be a sister, like she came from a normal family, not a clerical family, so she wasn't anything special. She had to work hard to get where she got, and she was ostracized for her lecher lure from her peers multiple times over. We see that the only person who didn't treat her differently was Shinra, our main character. And he's like, well, okay, well, why are you sitting in the corner? Like, you go sit at the table, I'll sit in the corner. I'm used to it. And like seeing them both just kind of bearing their scars, and then Shinra notioning over to Arthur, and he's like, you just need confidence. Look at that guy. He's a fucking idiot. But he struts with confidence, and he gets to sit at the center table, like at the head of the table, like a king, right? Like, and that messaging really actually fully made me feel like Tamaki was a part of the eighth. Like I felt like Leaked was a part of the eighth before Tamaki was, and that she was just this outsider who was just kind of here for the gag. And this was the moment where I was like, she is a real character. I have a huge appreciation for what this little bit accomplished for Tamaki as a character.
Exactly. And like it just shows off that like while everyone might think that, oh, the author's just doing this to Tamaki for a gag, or oh, that this is just supposed to be like fan service shown off so that we could sell more volumes. It shows that like it does have an effect on her in a way, because she's had to deal with, like you said, the persecution of like her classmates, um, from the adults in her life, just like not taking her seriously, and to the point where she had self-deprecated herself to sitting alone at Company 8 while Shinra was there. And like Shinra being the hero he is, he's like, I'm the devil. I'm not gonna. I'd be much better to eat alone. So why don't you go sit with them? And I just really like. I had liked Tamaki before as like a meme for like, oh, she's the little kitten. Oh, she has boobies and she likes lecture lure. But like for like actually fleshing her out as a character, this episode did so much. And to even gain Benny Maru's respect to be able to go all out and finally like resolve herself to training, it was
Well,
phenomenally done.
it's an empowering moment, not just for like us as the audience to finally understand her deeper as a character, but for her herself to be told by this absolute Giga Chad who's training these boys who are way above her level, for him to be like, you have a tendency to hold yourself back. And for her to understand that her self-imposed ceiling is, but based off of this trauma reaction, like for call it what it is, you know, like similar to a Nataku type of situation, how he was pushing himself too hard and had to learn how to hold himself back. She is somebody who has to learn how to quit trying to hide away who she is, and like understand that company 8 are people who are going to accept you and that you're not too much. And in realizing that she's not too much, now she can finally become like enough in her own mind. And I think psychologically it is an immensely well written and introspective bit and I was not at all expecting this level of depth out of what I had chalked up to be just a gag character. So this blew me away when I first saw it. I absolutely loved it.
Yeah, Oda's got to do some work with Buggy if like we're ever
Oh
gonna get a
my
CAG character to be at the pinnacle that was Tamaki gag. But while Shinra and Arthur are quote unquote training, aka being tortured to death, um, they are pushed to
Proto nationalist hazing, bro. Like, we love to see it.
I remember watching it and being like, "Yo, dude, Benny Mar doesn't even know why he's doing this a bit." And then like as like they get out, they're like, "Why did you do this to us?" He's like, "Huh, I never really questioned it. I just remembered it was done to me, so I wanted to do it to you." That fucking killed me. I was laughing so hard. And then they start freaking throwing hands with Benimaru, and he's like, you have the intent to kill. That's good. And they're like, of course we do. You tortured us. It's like, uh, but as they start getting pressed and pressed further and further to the point of death, they finally learn how to unlock this new limit of hysterical strength, as they deem it, which is the press of death, which is like, fight or flight, baby. You either do or die. And it turns Shinra's flames blue, and it makes Arthur more of a Chad, for all intents and purposes. I mean, that's just what it does. It just gives them like this amazing amount of strength that they didn't know that they could tap into before. And while Shinra is seeing the press of death, he's able to have another Adola link with Captain Agu. And we see that the White Clad have ganked him because they're ganking people with Adola links and anyone who has seen Adola or had that link with them. What do they call it? The mark or whatever? The
Something
stigma?
like that.
They call it this.
Yes.
Yeah, they call it the stigma. So anyone who has had a scar with Adola has a stigma and has a chance to have an Adola burst. And the captain
They're on
of the
that
Six
stigma
Company,
grind set. I'm sorry.
the captain of the Six Company had previously investigated Shinra and had her own Adola link and gave her a scar on the hand. And so while she was investigating Conrail, not the same thing happened when investigating his scar. And so as they go find Agu, we see Agu fighting for his motherfucking life. I mean, even he is like, no, it hurts so bad,
Not
but it
now.
hurts so
Not
good.
now.
Not
I
now.
have so much more to do. Like,
and
bro.
as Company 4 finds him, we see Lieutenant and Shinra B. Pawn. We see
That's his
them
name.
find him.
It's like Pan or Pawn.
I'll call him Pan. We see Pan. He suggests, he's like, well, you know, the captain was really into masochism. It probably might have been a sewer slide, and the lieutenant like shuts him up, and he's like, absolutely not. It does not matter what happened after the link with Adola. The captain had made this resolve that you can't save anyone while you're dead, and I would not let any of my soldiers go off by themselves like this. So it's not that. Meanwhile, the church
it
has already
reminds
deemed
you.
it.
Yeah, it reminds you of another unpowered captain in the Fire Force, the GOAT, Akitaro Obi, saying like you can maybe save more than 50 million if you're alive.
Or
And
even
like for us
Shinra
to
talking to
see,
Conro, like that same conversation. If you could die for Benny Maru, but you shouldn't die for him, because if you live, then you're just throwing that gift away. Like, you know?
yeah, it's really, really, really hitting that home, and it's, man, rip to Captain Angu, because that's, for one, what a crazy way to go. Like the punches are no longer being pulled. This was gruesome. This was insane. What happened to this man? It looked like straight nightmare fuel. And yeah, I mean, this was a heavy moment, because like it'd be easy to cover up, because this was a man who was a masochist, and it would have been easy to cover up Conroe too, because he's a man who has tephrosis. And so like them acting in the shadows and like really, like they're in full effect. Like there are no more games being played. Shit is entirely real and hitting the fan. And we noticed that Hibana and Captain Huang from the 6th like you had just mentioned, are talking to Conroe, and they really, really, really think they're onto a breakthrough.
Uh, it just uh so that's where this season 2 ends. And man, the the cliffhanger we get for season 2 is freaking insane, cuz like it does the Miss Green Apple opening with showing off all of the new allies and everything that Company 8 has achieved with Hajima, with all of the other like Company 5, 7, even 6 now, Company 2, Company 4. Like we have so many more allies than we thought we could have had. We have allies in the shadows like Burns and Joker and I leaked, quote unquote, I guess, in the shadows, but leaked a part of 8 wholeheartedly, and it sucks. And we see Halmea like gagging and screaming and crying as she's like doing whatever she needs to do. And as the camera pans upwards, we see a very familiar looking moon if you were a fan of Soul Eater, which that blew my fucking mind. This was the point where I was like, what? I had watched through Fire Force seasons 1 and 2 in like maybe 1 or 2 weeks. After that point, one day, one day with the manga, I said, "There's no way, there's no way. Like you can't do that to me." That was absolutely insane of like a cliffhanger to leave us off on, because that moon is literally the same as the one from Soul Eater, and Halmea said it's almost time, and I was like, ah! And I feel like this is really when the story is like, all right, we've done our setup, and we've done our setup on setup of answering questions. Now it's time to really knock it home. And they really do from like this point onward, I feel. Um, so this is gonna be spoilers. If you haven't seen season 3 or read any of the manga, get out. Bye bye. This has been a really fun 2.5 hours with y'all because we're getting into the nitty gritty now. Um, this shit opens up with the White Clad coming out and saying, "Yo, we're gonna work with the church now," and Raffles the Third being like, "Yep, we're doing it. Yep, we are working with these evangelists. Evangelionists are great, and we love them." And Captain Burns is like, "No, no, I don't want to do that." And like Holmea says that she's just gonna read their mind to gaslight them in order to like tell them what they want to hear to turn them. And it seems to work on Burns. And so they have fully have Burns on board working with them. And as they're going through, they arrest Captain Obi and they said, "Yo, we're gonna combust our boy." No! I
Dude,
I was freaking out.
this was I was oh man. When I first started reading, I was like, this cannot be happening. And like part of my mind was thinking like, yo, so we remember whenever Ritsu had introduced Necropyro and was like, oh, you're a strong body, so you'll make a really strong infernal. I was like, can you freaking imagine what Obi would turn into? Like,
I know. That would have been freaking crazy.
yeah, I think this is such a crazy way to open up because we see them making moves in the shadow at the end of season 2. And then the first thing that we see once we get to season 3 is the crying scene with Helmea, which there's so much depth to that. And seeing Sharon, my poor baby boy, just having to deal with seeing her in this agony. Like it leaves you suspended, like, what the hell is going on? I thought this chick was no fucks given. I thought she was just a goofy goober, a shit starter. Like, what's actually happening here? But then for them to also step out into the light and stand beside Raffles and just say, like, this is where we've always truly belonged. You're like, this is a completely different story moving forward. Like, the gloves are fully off. This is crazy development, right?
Oh, it was a really high stake moment because we had seen Company 8 pull so much of their weight to try to make friends with everyone and get as many allies as possible to uncover the truth of the world. And in doing so, they have been deemed traitors. And like Obi is gonna be sacrificed. They're gonna get Shinra, and now Shinra is being labeled a traitor again. And so like amongst all this
It's
chaos,
like
and
post Shibuya.
it it
Like,
it was really bad. And
yeah.
I love that Hinawa was like, well, I'm gonna rescue Obi, and that means I'm probably gonna be an enemy of the state. Y'all need to make your own decisions right now. And Shinra is like, of course, why would I not rescue Obi? And then Arthur's like, a knight's duty is to, a king must, a knight, a knight must save his servant, a knight must save his lord. And then
Yeah, I
Vulcan,
love that Hinawa. Go ahead. Sorry.
oh no, it's just like, I loved how all of Company 8 came together, even Tamaki in her own way, like, was there for them. And then Hinawa asking Leek to like, whose side are you gonna be on? Because this is it. And Leek's like, Obi asked me the same thing if I was on Haijima's or 8. And I told him I'm on nobody's, just my own to get the truth. And he goes off with them. And it's just like they really had resolve to like define the entire world to
Yeah.
get these answers. And it just
Like
sucked.
Hinawa specifically saying, like, I won't give you an order because I'm not your lieutenant anymore. Like the power structure is dissolved, but regardless of captain or just Akitaru Obi, that's a man we all respect and we all love, and we will go rescue him.
And while they're
Despite
having
what all this everyone, despite like this whole system that's in place that we're having to fight, like the whole waking world abides by this, and like we are choosing to say no. That is a moment where I feel like Leaked fully
became Company 8.
realized that he is Company 8. Yes.
It was really good. And while all that was happening, so Shinra had magically had an Adola burst foreshadowing with Captain Burns. And Captain Burns had said, oh yeah, we are going to give Akitaru Obi a bug. And Shinra's like, okay guys, pedal to the metal, we ain't got time for this, we gotta go. And so they all load up into the matchbox, they go to hide the matchbox, and then they're like, okay, so we should just walk through the streets and head up there. And Leek's like, are you guys new to being criminals? That's y'all be arrested. That ain't how it works. And they're like, well, not like you have experience with it. And Leek's like, actually.
First got his bachelor's in underground shady shit, like and he takes them to the place we saw in season 1 where Joker and Leaked were having their conversation.
Which
way back
they met
then.
Joker, and freaking Leaked had finally let the cat out of the bag, and Joker was like, oh my god, it's happening. And Joker literally said, so you finally came to my side, huh, devil? Oh my god, that shit got me so fucking hyped, because as like Shinra had like had rationalized the situation to all of them, Joker's like, all right, I'm cool and got a motorcycle, let's go. And the Shinra and Joker go on ahead to go freaking break them out of the prison that Obi's staying in. Company 8 follows behind in a little vehicle, which someone falls off of, but that'll be revealed later on.
I love that nobody noticed.
Nobody noticed.
So funny. Like, the stakes have never been higher, but I love that, like, even when we were in the Nether 2.0 in season 2, the stakes had never, ever, ever been higher, but the comedy was still
hitting.
there.
It was,
the bits are still hitting. Like when Kurono had the phone call with John Haijima and was like, yep, idiot, me, okay, yep. And then the whole "you my boss," and like there was so many different bits through and through that I like. It makes these very real, very dark, very high stakes moments really, really, really something else. You know what I mean?
it was definitely like the highest stakes I had, because we had just lost one captain in Agu already, and I was like, damn, if they're really coming after Obi and they're trying to like convert him into an infernal, this can't go well. And meanwhile, they had already converted Burns to their side with the Evangelist. So I was like, I truly did not know what was going to happen. And so as Sheener and Joker break through the place, they're like, all right, we got to find Obi. And Captain Burns stands tall at the top of the building. And he's like, yeah, you're still too bitch made
That
to
ain't
hurt me.
happening.
And Sheener's like, you want to fucking bet? Rapids him, gets up there, and Joker's like, yeah, he might not be enough. But what about two? Oh no 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 no! And he starts like fucking trying to punch Burns, and Burns is like, you're nothing. Both of y'all are nothing. Level
Bro
one.
hits him with the 4 of a kind, and he's just like, what are you gonna do against such a strong hand? And I'm like, wait, is your power like Arthur coded? Where like it's stronger if you have better cards? Like, I'm like, because we still don't at this point don't understand what is Joker. How did he face off against Severed Universe and survive? How is he like? And like we see Kurano using the soot and Joker also utilizing soot, and like he is this crazy
Repertoire.
mixture of like I'm very in my bag with tech, and like he's like I know a really good like a person who's really good at making bad things and stuff like so like how many tricks are in your bag, and like we're still figuring out his power, and I just thought that was such a cool moment.
And seeing Company A try to come to Obi's rescue as well. They come up later on, and they have to start fighting against what is known as their like I forget what the Gold Lady calls them, but they're not like the regular evangelists. They are like the squad destroyer. They are like the killers of the group. And so they're like, yo, you thought the evangelists were bad before, but we're on a whole other level, lady. And Tamaki's like, all right, I'll fight Goldhand first. And she goes up to go try to fight her, magnetismed out of the way. Lieutenant Hinawa and Maki try to do some shit, knocked out of the way. They can't do anything against this. And then you find out that her power isn't in magnetism, but it's in heating up the gold in her arm to make it magnetic so that she can magnetize other things in that field. That is such a specific and unique way in order to like it's almost like it's almost like utilizing a quirk to its full potential in My Hero Academia.
Mhm.
It's like finding a different
like
way to apply these powers.
Seeing Doflamingo use strings in such unconventional and cracked ways as well. It's like I think, and it's really cool because like this is like the first of the destroyers we see, and man, are they all
they're tough,
ridiculous. They're crazy, dude.
And so as like they finally find a way to beat her by creating thermite and Tamaki's butt. They make molten iron, and molten iron's really hot, and so they use thermite to, reduce the magnetism in her arm, and they throw that molten iron on her, and then Hinawa just fucking dead shots her in the face. And then Dance Wind man comes again. It comes up, and he's like, I control wind by manipulating the heat in the air currents. And I'm like, damn, like these people really have fully realized how to manipulate their powers to the fullest and make them like truly unique in their own. Because like Leaked and Vulcan are right there on the front lines trying to figure out these people's powers so that they can help the rest of Company A overcome these different challenges. And throughout like these battles, you just see like how versatile like fire being manipulated can be used in such a way. And so as Dance Wind Guy comes out, he's like, nobody can beat me. I'm the best. And he gets one-shotted by the one, the only Arthur. Arthur shows up and everyone starts scolding him. Where the fuck have you been? And Arthur's like, fell off my steed.
Dude, I love him.
And it's
before when they were charging in, Hinawa was like laying out the plan. It's like, okay, Maki, you're gonna do this. Me and Tamaki are gonna do this, and Arthur is gonna be the whole linchpin. He's gonna go in and like, and then they're like, where the hell is Arthur?
It's made even funnier by like Maki saying, "Hey, sir, you could fall off by doing that, and Hinawa telling them to shut up. This is do or die time. But like in telling them to shut up and not be careful, I feel like that's why Arthur fell off. And so I like to put the blame on Hinawa, just like Big Bro Maki, and just be like, "Damn, Hinawa, maybe if you had told your soldiers to be a little careful."
Maybe if you hadn't been so useless.
Oh my god! But
this guy,
as Arthur one shots the next destroyer, he's like, "Who's up next?" We get the it makes my loins tremble. We get the coolest dragon in anime and manga. Since, well, I don't think Dragon in One Piece is that cool because this guy does stuff.
Listen, we get him. We get capital H, capital I, capital M. Potentially the strongest in the verse. I'm not here to power scale, but
he's up
Jeebus,
there.
This is Kaido. He's effectively Kaido.
Yeah, that is such a good comparison. This guy is called Dragon, and throughout the whole series of Fire Force, they have always made jokes to Arthur seeing a gecko or a lizard, and Arthur's like, a dragon. I shall slay a dragon. Ooh, a dragon. He literally finds a man called Dragon who is, for all intents and purposes, a literal fucking dragon. And Arthur's like,
man, you said man asterisk.
Man asterisk. Yeah, it really is.
This is not a human. He's a, for all intents and purposes, he doesn't call himself a human.
He never does. And that is such good foreshadowing too, because it's like, I couldn't believe it. And everyone else thinks that he turns himself infernal, but like, no, he's just him. Logic doesn't even register. And with the person who doesn't even have logic apply to him, Arthur fighting him, not even his non-logic applies to him. Arthur is throwing Excalibur at him with everything he has, and nothing seems to be doing any damage to him except Arthur damaging himself while trying to fight him. And this is crazy because we have literally seen Arthur, when he really puts his mind to it and gets into the role play, he is unstoppable. He is an unstoppable freaking force.
Yeah.
And to have the power, one of the two powerhouses of the freaking series just be manhandled like this was such a fucking devastating blow to like Company 8, because everyone was Maki, Hinawa, even Vulcan was like, how is Arthur losing? Like, he was
everybody was cheering him on. Like everybody, even Victor and the best boy Vulcan trying to hype his boy up. Like, oh, I love them. I love Arthur and Vulcan so much, but everybody was cheering him on and he was in full effect. He went full plasma cloak. Like, we had never seen our Night King climb so high.
He had used Violet Flash out the gate and it did nothing.
Yeah.
It was...
He didn't land a scratch on this foe, and each successful hit, like, bro didn't block, bro didn't dodge, bro didn't even take a step. He just stood there and took every single one of Arthur's blows, and his dragon scales just kept damaging Arthur.
He was literally pulling a Jiren. He just stood there, and the other person got hurt. It was freaking crazy. Meanwhile,
this is how you write a freaking character, dude. Like, this introduction is insane.
It was, I was freaking out because I was like, oh my god, are we losing Arthur? I can't do this. No, not like this. Meanwhile, Joker and Shinra have been pushing fucking Burns to level 3, only level 3. And they're like, oh yeah, we're gonna turn Obi now. And Obi the freaking goat has the bug go into his shirt. And that was the moment I was screaming at my computer, shaking my freaking screen, going, no!
He was messaging me. He was messaging me mid read through, and he was fully crashing out, guys. It was insane.
I was freaking the fuck out. And then we get the reveal that Obi trains every fucking day, and his muscles had hardened to the point where the bug couldn't penetrate his skin even. And the rest of Company 8 was like, oh shit, it's do or die time. You got this, Captain. You look so buff right now. And Obi's literally flexing on the white clad,
You're a
not
shining
being.
god. Like,
Even Leek and Lisa were like, "Wow, looking good. Oh my gosh, is that
sick games,
Adonis,
bro.
Is that?" It was.
And he's having to, like, the second he stops flexing, he's infernalized. Like
Mhm.
he is combusting, and like it's so terrifying to see our boy up there not able to do anything,
But
and all we
flex.
can really do is just cheer him on while he flexes for life. And like, meanwhile, Burns and Dragon, two of the most immovable objects that we have ever seen, are just menacing, dude. Like, we completely lose all hope, in fact, with the what's happening downstairs in the yard and stuff like that, because Excalibur is shattered.
Exactly. It was.
And yeah, Arthur is taken down, and it was extremely hard to watch. And in the middle of all of that, Dragon charges up a mouth beam.
And we see this weird
And
freaking panel with Iris for no particular reason. Because who would have any suspicion about Iris after all this? I was literally screaming, "No, not my girl! Don't do this!" But she did it.
I was screaming for Maki, because Maki's standing right
I
in
know,
front
that
of
freaked
the
me the fuck
strongest
out.
dude in the verse, saying, "I'll stop this." And as soon as he lets out his like,
She's like, "I'm gonna die."
atomic breath, yeah, she literally is like, I can't do anything.
Oh,
And fuck, dude, like, oof, oh my god, this is a full TPK. Like, as in like D&D terms, like, your total party is wiped. This really does remind me of in the end of Act 1 of Wano, when Kaido Boro breaths like the mountain, and like we just think everyone is gone.
I really did think everyone was gonna be gone, but with Maki somehow prevailing, I guess she must have rolled a nat 20. No one would have fudged the dice for her. Wink, wink, Iris. Leaked saw something weird, but who knows what happened with that.
When I was first experiencing it, I was like, yeah, the Iris stuff is weird, but then some masked man who seems to sound very much like
Benimaru.
Benimaru shows up, and I was like, did Benny stop it? Like I was so confused when all of this was happening, but I was just so happy to see my goat.
Dude, Moon Mask was such a funny fucking gag. I was crying laughing, like, reading this shit. It was so dumb. But meanwhile, Shinra and Burns and Joker are still going at it. And Joker, for some reason, pulls his cards back, which I was like, yeah, the hero should be the one to save everyone. But also, do or die time. Obi's up there flexing. Maybe you could go up there and help Obi. Do something, Joker. But Shinra activates the Press of Death and finally pushes Burns to his maximum and finally moves him back. And in moving him back, we see Burns truly has been the GOAT this whole time. And he says, I wanted to make sure y'all were strong enough. Y'all had to do this on your own. And there was nothing I could do if I didn't side with the white clad, because I would have been taken out. So this was the only course of option we had. And every time I want to think Burns is a bad character, he's literally him. And then he gets Krillin. And then he gets Frieza Form 2 Krillin. And but unlike Krillin, Burns is like, nah, y'all get out of here. I got this one. And he headlocks him through his fucking chest while he's being stabbed. The Burns is literally him. Like,
yeah, this was insane. And like, the anime has just gotten to this point. We are almost at the point where the current running season is not 2 yet. But seeing it animated very recently amplified it tenfold. Like, it made my love for this character. Burns is such a compelling character. Like knowing that he's a cog in the machine, like Kizaru style, and that he can't
To be able
do
to
what
fool
this.
Halmea,
Yeah,
who is reading his mind actively, what a
yeah, and
fucking
this
go.
next generation is who has to do it. And he told Hoyen and Karim before all of this, he's like, "Hey, I'm sorry, I wasn't like a good enough man to get the job done, but it's left to you now." And like, Jesus, dude, like it's so good at like he understanding the depth behind this man standing near the top and actively trying to oppose these powers that be and take apart the system from the inside while being shackled and put on a pedestal and in the spotlight and like being the focus of the absolute most scrutiny more than anybody else in the entire waking world, bearing this mantle and raising up the next generation of individuals to be able to accomplish what he himself could not. Like, and then apologizing, knowing what was about to happen to his two disciples. Like, oh my God, was that immaculate? It was such a good moment for him. I have such respect for this arc, like the Obi rescue arc. It's like it is the full preparation for Endgame.
Yeah, because it's going
And like,
down. And like the
oh
stakes
yeah,
with Obi had never been higher. Because if Obi had stopped flexing for even a second, he would have been done for. And when Joker and Shinra eventually escape that situation, they're immediately out of the frying pan into the fire. No pun intended, because they had just seen like, oh man, Dragon's here, everything else is here. Masked Man had just appeared and said, "Y'all gotta we gotta leave." Joker squares up on Benny Maru and is like, I can hold him away from you if you'd like. And Benny Maru's like, I think there's some heads here I want to hit, but one's especially scary to me. That blew my mind. I was like, what? What do you mean one is scary to you? And then it shows Dragon, and I'm like, ain't no way this is Arthur's setup.
yeah.
Because you're going to tell me that someone that Benny Maru doesn't think he could be freaking Arthur is going to go toe to toe with? There's no way. Like, I just,
Well,
logically, I couldn't believe it.
The vindication from the moment right after this as well, when he lets out like a burst and Charon just absorbs it and he's like, oh, it looks like there's two monsters here.
Dude, Charon the fucking goat. Like, let's be
That's crazy. That's so crazy, dude. Oh my God. But yeah, like realistically, like when we think about it, because I mean Sho is having his own revelations elsewhere. And we don't have like Nataku or Inca, but I'm not as interested in those two. But aside from Sho, and Haumea herself, we have like effectively all of the top of the verse as far as we know it right here.
And we get the revelation that once they do leave, Haumea lets out, oh, don't worry, the eighth pillar has awoken, so we're all ready. And I was like, wait. Who's the seventh? What do you mean we have 8 already? I don't remember there being a 7. And so I was like really thrown off. Like, who the hell's the 8? Don't say it's true. Not my girl. Please stop. You're breaking my heart. And they make their way back to Asakusa and they start trying to reformulate a plan. And Obi's like, yo, I gotta let these people know shit's about to go down for real. And so Obi, after just being arrested and being branded a traitor, disguises up and meets with each of the captains that he had formulated bonds with. He meets with the captain of the second and he says, hey, I know you guys can't do anything, but if the eighth shows up, will you help us? And the second's like, the last 2 times that you had defied orders, it was to save human life. So we can't officially say we'll help you, but we'll do what we can. And Obi just says, will you just make sure Company 2's ready? And he's like, ready for what? And he's like, ready for anything. And then he leaves. Then he meets with the captain of the 4th, which is the previous lieutenant. And the previous lieutenant says the same thing. He says, you know, Captain Agu was a man who was willing to protect people's lives and property. That's what the Fire Force is for. The last two times you defied orders was to save human life, and that's just the kind of man you are. Company 8 has the full support of Company 4 behind them, and we'll do whatever we can to help you. Peak. Freaking peak. Because it feels like all of this time that we've spent making these established previous connections were not for naught. It, like, Obi's character
Mhm.
and, like, everything that he stood for really, like, came through at these moments, and I freaking loved it. But then
Speaking
Hibana.
of allied captains, yeah,
Oh,
the
yeah.
captain of the fifth is doing her own thing, and we see the two disciples of
Korean and
Burns
Hoeing.
himself. Yeah, we see them also on the same hot trail in figuring out exactly what was going on at the Raffles orphanage.
Which,
And holy shit, was this a bomb that dropped, bro? When I read this, my mind was four different kinds of blown.
when I read this, I was almost gonna put a hole through my computer. I was freaking pissed. I wasn't pissed. I was just like, I was disgusted because
Mm-hmm.
as they make their
And
way
this,
to the orphanage, uh, Habana is accompanied by the other fifth bubblegum blower, and I didn't recognize him at first, but apparently he got his hair cut because Hibana told him his hair was ugly, and he's like, "Oh
he had a
yeah,
glow up.
she's into me. She's totally into me because she wants me to look better." And she's like, "Why is Company 5 full of weirdos like that?" And I'm like, "Lady, that's your company. Kick them out." Like, but
Yeah, but the framing of the like, there's like this mantra, this like fairy tale introduction where it just explains like, this is who we were, this is what this place was, this is what we did, this, and there's like a rhyme and a reason, and for that repetition to play into the revelation once she digs a bit deeper and figures out exactly what was happening here was so well done. Like, oh my goodness. But this ties into Giovanni figuring out that the insects can bring you closer to Adola.
yeah, it's right because like the insects had like been brought over from Adola and act as some sort of gateway. And when the gateway is open, it brings over what is a doppelganger. And as all of them, Korean and Hoeing make their way to the bottom of the church too. And Habana is like figuring all this out, and she's like, "They fed us bugs. That's fucking gross. That's disgusting." And as she's putting all these revelations together, the sister, I can't believe this. I can't believe I never asked what happened to the old lady, but
Mm-hmm.
the old nun shows up and she's like, "Oh, you put it together. Congratulations." And like treating Habana still like the child that she was way back when. No, why do you keep knocking over Yuji?
Yeah, Sumire is such a wild plot twist of a character to get the ball dropping on just exactly how deep this all went. It makes a lot more sense now, knowing how involved the White Clad has been with the church for so long.
Because we did
But
get the revelations
man,
that the face shifter from season 1 that had been shifting into Obi and Hinoa and causing that commotion in Asakusa was Raffles the First. And through the diary of the wife of Raffles the First, she said that Raffles went out and he was just a regular tradesman, and when he came back, he was ready to start up a church. And he had
which means that Yona is like 200 years old.
Yeah,
that's crazy.
insane. It's absolutely insane, and he just looks gross. Like I feel like every time we see him, he just gets more and more like less human, and I don't think he ever was because he's gross. I don't know how he's kind of like a weird bug that no pun intended, because
Yeah, and he even mentions like, oh, this form like whenever he's reintroduced, like he's changing, he's constantly changing, and he doesn't have like a base form. So he's just. It reminds me of like, I don't know, like To Your Eternity or like Doctor Who or something like that, where it's just like, damn, like what's the OG like anyway? What of you from 200 years ago is even left at this point?
Exactly. And so as Habana is finally like confronting uh the sister about all of these awful things that they had done to the kids, infernalizing them, feeding them bugs, and making them out to be. The sister lets out that, like, yeah, we were on our way to create new generations of pyrokinetics and to create the doppelganger of the eighth pillar, Sister Iris. And that was when my whole world broke. I was like, no! No! I was crashing out literally in real time, guys. I was freaking out because I didn't want it to be true. That's my girl. That's number one. That's best girl. That's like Tamaki without the fan service. She's like a golden little sunflower and is like super nice, super dope. She's had like all this reaffirmation with Shinra and all of Company 8, and she's just like this beacon of light that we've had. And we find out, nah, you're the eighth pillar. That literally broke my heart in real time. I was so freaking messed up and upset about it. And so like we keep going forward, and as they are discussing it, freaking what the sister in black, free Rin sama,
Sumire.
Sumire,
Oh, you're
has a
talking about
meeting with
the lady in black.
Yep.
Yeah.
Sumire has a meeting with the lady in black, and she's like, "Oh, it's you again, isn't it?" And she's like, "Yo, you haven't changed a bit in the last 250 years when we were pillars." And I was like, "So you could just have the same people be pillars? How old is this lady?" I was like, my brain was going off the freaking hook. Like, I was
Mm-hmm.
like, I couldn't put together like how does this all match up together? How could she be this old and like doing all this? And then we get freaking Show's revelation that like he wants to learn more about why his memories are being repressed and why does he have this feeling of brotherhood with Shinra. And as Show goes to try to leave, Show's like getting assaulted, but it's like when you try to do the Irish goodbye, but you can't because everyone at the party sees you leaving, and they're like, "Oh, where are you going?"
Turns into a
No,
Midwestern goodbye.
it for real does because everyone's trying to stop you as you're getting to the door. And as Show comes up to
Like,
Arrow,
oh, hey there.
Arrow's like, the ceremony's about to commence, and Show's like, "Oh, is it? Well, I don't need you. I'm going out." And she's like, "No, you're not." And then he's like, "Okay." And then he stops time, gets behind her, puts his sword to the back of her, and he's like, "You're taking me out, and we are leaving." And she's like, "Oh, my duty is to protect you. Don't ever have any doubts about that." That really hit for me because I was like,
Mm-hmm.
what is Arrow's main goal? And like, are you really? I can't ever forgive her for killing the goat, Reika Hoshimiya. But
Oh my
in
god.
my stars, I
So
uh Arrow was really goaded in that moment and getting Show out. We realized that the rest of the evangelists didn't care about Show leaving because they apparently didn't need him to be present for it, which is why I guess they weren't so keen on trying to get Shinra because as everything's happening, Company 8 gets visited by a very familiar face, the one, the only, Mole Piece, Duggo, Scope. Scope appears, and Scope's like, "Hey, shit's going down." So I was fighting a hellhound, and I was digging my way through, and I
Oh
was
my
just,
god.
and Arthur kicks him across the room, and Shinra's like, "Thank you. I don't think I could have listened to that story much longer." And then Arthur retorts saying, "You can't just steal potatoes, man. You gotta pay for them." And Iris joins in and is like, "Yeah, stealing's bad." And Shinra's like, I was gonna kick him for a different reason. And he reveals that the pillars are all in place and that the lady in black had told him that the cataclysm's coming. And as that revelation happens, we get one of the coolest panels I think from the series that I put it in my top 10 favorite panels, like a double page spread of the first actual pillar rising from the earth, fucking phenomenal. The way
It's
that
so dope.
the artist was able to depict scale and size, the shading of the reflecting of the light off the water, I fucking loved all of it. Like it was, but like it was like really like the signal sign that the signs of everything was about to go down. So Company 2 sends out freaking uh Juggernaut in his brand new Mega Man form, and that was really cool. He literally
What
had
I
a
will say
cannon for
really
an arm.
quickly before we get super deep is I believe, I don't know, I'm 1 or 2 episodes behind. I believe this is where the current run of the anime has gotten to.
That is
And I
true.
don't think, yeah, I don't think that part 2 is gonna be like it's still pretty far off. But yeah, so like spoilers ahead, I guess, for if you are anime only, because we will be getting into manga stuff.
Oh yeah. So we see that Company 2 is there with their whole fodder force, and Juggernaut is Mega Man. And then we see that Hajime has sent out not only Conro, but or Kurino? Kurino. They send
Kurino,
out
yeah.
Kurino and his boss, his direct supervisor. Which I mean, if you want to make any wage slave work as hard as they can, follow
Oh my
Walmart's orders and put a direct
god.
supervisor micromanaging them, because apparently that's what gets them to work.
You my boss.
Or,
You
oh,
my boss.
wait, you are my boss? Okay. Like, and so as they go to fire and destroy this giant pillar in the sky, Shinra jumps in front of Juggernaut's blast. He's like, "Wait, don't! There's a volcano, and you're gonna destroy the world." And Juggernaut's like, I'm already firing the laser." Boom, and he fucking fires off on Shinra, and Shinra, our protagonist, is taken out for a good chunk of this. Oh, it really freaking sucked.
What a crazy way to enter into like a final arc. You know what I mean?
That we lose our protagonist. Yeah.
It felt like Goku versus the heart disease when the androids were showing up. I'm just like, what are we gonna do? Like,
But it's okay, because we have uh the freaking goat. Uh we have I don't think we do yet. I'm trying to remember. Um we have all of Company 8 coming out to try to help Company 2 take care of this giant demon infernal. And while this giant demon infernal happens, they all have to put their skills to work together to get here. And is this when Benimaru has to fight the doppelganger? Am I crazy?
oh, that's like way later.
That is way later. Okay.
The
So
first bits we get was like we get an interesting bit with Charon and Haumea, and like the full
because they're
reveal
going to
of the
Amaterasu.
collective unconscious. Yeah, like so figure like getting that like framing of things is extremely important, and us finally understanding why Haumea is who she is and Charon's true role in protecting her and like the depth of their kind of relationship, but them setting things up for the full cataclysmic event is like what kind of starts a lot of this off. You know what I mean?
Yeah, Sho versus one of the destroyers. Sho shows up when the destroyer tries to take Shinra away, and Sho's like, "You're not doing this." Like, how? Oh, I remember reading this and being like, "How the fuck is Sho flying?" And then he reveals he's like, "I'm not flying. I'm freezing time while arrows firing arrows to give me platforms to run on to cut this man." And I was like, "What? What the fuck?" Like, first off, they're a goated team for being able to pull that off in coordination. That blew my mind. And the destroyer's power to manipulate gravity was absolutely insane to me, because I could not imagine it being like that wouldn't work with Shinra because Shinra can fly. Arthur couldn't pull it off because he can't move fast enough to run on the arrows. Like it's just like such a good team up that I really really appreciated it. Um, while they're all
Yeah, and
battling,
then
oh yeah,
oh, go ahead, go ahead. Oh,
Uh,
you do you.
while they're all battling, we see that like Company Four has like these really cool power ups together, and they be able to use Captain Pan's uh attack buff and defense buff to be able to see what Company Four's capable of, and seeing uh what's his name use Scale Shield, seeing Ogren use Flaming Ink to be able to fight off this giant freaking Infernal, and then Kurino immediately being like, "Oh, you have a weak spot. Well, I'm just gonna one shot you now that I know where to backstab." And we
Yeah,
see,
and
yep, and
go ahead.
no, no, no,
No, go
you,
ahead, go ahead.
no, you.
I was just like all of this is happening, and meanwhile, isn't Arthur just like gaming?
That's a little bit later, but yeah. While Shinra's floating through the air, Sho had just sliced the destroyer mid-air, and then as the destroyer is sliced, he puts himself back together, and he's like, "How does that happen?" He's like, "I rendered a part of my body transparent, and I have a manipulation of gravity because I'm able to manipulate an object's mass." And I was like, "Are you actually able to just use your fire for whatever you want in this show? That's crazy." So Sho tries to wake up Shinra, and then Sho gets disappeared. And as they and as the pillar is finally destroyed, we see Shinra has an Adola link, and it's it, it's about to get real fucky wucky up in here because Shinra Adola links with Inca, and this was a part of the story I wasn't really expecting, and neither was Shinra, because he's like, "Why would I Adola link with you?" And she's like, "I don't know, but I guess you passed out or something." And she's like, "Well, shit's about to happen, and you think you're gonna stop it?" And Shinra's like, "I am a hero. I have to stop it." And she's like, "Yeah, but hasn't this already happened in the past? Why don't you use your light speed to take me to the past and look at the land before the cataclysm?" And Shinra's like, "Can can I do that?" And she's like, "I think you could fly to the past if you wanted to, and then you'll fall in love with me." And she, oh, I can't stand
Oh
her. She's like
man.
the worst. But Shinra takes Inca with him during the Adola link beyond the speed of light to the past. And when you start to disintegrate, you see the world beyond the Great Cataclysm. And this is part of the show where I don't know how David Productions is going to handle this. This is actually like it's it's real life Tokyo. It it
Yeah,
This blew my fucking mind. And
it's just like straight up images, like not drawings, like actual. It's crazy. It's actually crazy.
like it's so wild to think about like a 2D manga drawing, like seeing a three-dimensional person and seeing them as a real person and being like it's it it was like when Shinra said, "I tried to suppress the intense nausea and vertigo." I was like a man suppressed, and I tried to suppress the madness. And then he wakes up, look like he wakes up like Shinji Ikari from the hospital bed, and he's like, "I don't recognize this ceiling," and he's chained to the bed with white hair, and we get a newscasting announcement saying, "Oh dang, it's been 3 months since the first pillar, and now we have the arrival of the fifth." And so, like, a bunch of fucking time has passed. And it feels like we haven't stopped anything if five pillars have already appeared. And we don't know what happened to Shinra. We just know that we saw real life. When I read that, uh, my jaw had hit the floor. I had no clue what to expect from this story. I was like, is this supposed to be a commentary on how the real world is actually like a part of this manga? Uh, how did you feel like when you read that? Like my brain was
I
cooked.
so the vibe that I was getting from Yona, who was like he's effectively like a black Zetsu, like somebody who's just being like a little bug, a little turd, a little shadow on the wall, quietly guiding the collective unconscious throughout like all of the past 250 years post cataclysm, and that he has been trying to shape the world in his vision. And I feel like what we're seeing is a world before the cataclysm, and it looks so real is because Yona hasn't painted it black, and because the collective unconscious that like that has been formed since is so different. It's our waking world, the world that Cody and Vex live in, and like that we exist in our day-to-day life. But if a cataclysmic world-rending event were to happen and society were to fracture and regress to such a way, and somebody were to be pulling strings and trying to implant and accept these concepts for 2.5 centuries, maybe that's how we get the the stylized world that is Fire Force when we first enter into the series. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
It's like a romanticization of like the real world. It's like a version of the real world that has been shaped by these events, by this thought policing, and by centuries of subverting like the collective conscious. So like this is what we get. But at a point in time, we were like it cements that. To me, I feel like these realities, this is our reality. It's just like what happened to it after somebody really, really, really gummed up the works and got their hands on everything.
Oh,
It
it,
really wrinkled my brain. Like seeing that and like figuring out that the string they were tugging all along is despair. They've been painting this picture and recreating the world in the way that they see fit, all to accomplish like the ultimate goal of just like destruction and despair.
mm-hmm. So is
And
Shinra?
even the
Oh
framing
yeah.
of rebirth and like reconstruction and whatnot is like that is like all of this leading into the formation of the the infrastructure of the world that we exist in. Everything Tokyo Empire related is tied to Amaterasu. Everything is tied to the Holy Soul Church. Everything, it's like it's all a lie. And like that's crazy.
It was freaking insane to read. And then just to find out that we had this huge gap of time passed, I was like, no way. Did I miss a chapter? I was freaking out. I was like, no way that they just do this. But Shinra wakes up with white hair and he's chained to the bed. And Hino and Obi are like, "Oh, are you good? Are you back to yourself?" And he's like, "What do you mean back to myself? I'm me. I've always been me. Let me out." And so as they let him out, Arthur is the one who convinces them to let him out because he's like, "Oh yeah, that's Shinra. I can see past the fake." There's like, I love that their bond is so strong that Arthur is the only one who can tell when Shinra isn't Shinra, and it freaking it. Oh, I love them. I love them so much. And so Shinra goes through the process of re-dyeing his hair black, and he realizes he's been tattooed, and he's like, Arthur, I think we need to go talk. He starts talking with Arthur, and he's like, everyone says I was a different person, but like, what was I? And Arthur's like, well, you knew how they called you the devil who murdered his mother? And he's like, well, watch it, bud. I'm going to fight you. And he's like, no, that's who you were. You became the personification of what everyone thought Shinra was. And you even hit Sister Iris. And I was like, Shinra bottom one. Who could hit Iris? I could never. 0 out of 10 character. I was so upset. But Iris, being the goat that she was, finally decided that she needed to talk to Shinra again now that he was back to normal. And she meets up with Shinra and she's like, hey, why don't I explain to you everything that's happened in this short amount of time? And every time a pillar got here, Pyrokinetic's powers are getting stronger. And even this happened, which I only told yesterday Shinra about. And she lights her finger up on fire, showing that she is a third generation pyrokinetic. And I
Dude, this was so crazy.
I was like screaming. I was like, "Oh my god, are we gonna get an Iris fight? Is this gonna happen?" It doesn't. Spoiler, but you know.
I think her role is so important though, beyond just the fighting aspect. But like, man, this was so crazy. And I know the vindication for you must have been a little bit muted from like the depth of like you really do like appreciate Iris as a character, and seeing how she plays into the juxtaposition of the first pillar. And like,
Because
man,
everyone views like because as we just get revealed that like somehow doppelgangers are an amalgamation of how people see you. Iris is like that to Company 8, whereas all of Japan and the Tokyo Empire sees Amaterasu as this warm sunflower giving life and light. Company 8 has said before that Iris is just like our sunflower, and that's how we feel about Amaterasu, or how the collective unconscious would feel about it, which is such a crazy setup. But we have no time to rest because infernals are popping up left and freaking right out of the pillars and shit. And we get a really, really weird one that shows up that seems to resemble a flashback we had with one Shimon Benimaru. And we see this guy called Benimaru fatherless screw up, or I forget what he's trying to call him, but two pillars appear both at once. One in Asakusa and the other in Tamada Bay. And we see freaking it has the same silhouette that the person that Benimaru got raised by, the previous ruler of Asakusa, is there. And Benimaru finally decides to step up and say, I'll go handle the seventh pillar. And everyone's like, whoa, you're gonna help? And he's like, this is my fight. I'm here to handle this. We find out then that at the sixth pillar that had just appeared, Kurino and his boss are there, and his boss goes, "Yeah, you should know the drill by now." And he's like, I don't like fighting tough opponents. Can't we let number 2 take care of this? I can't believe how routine it's become." And so, as they're fighting it, Captain Shimon Benimaru finds the doppelganger of his old father figure, I guess I should call him.
like a mentor.
Yeah, the previous ruler of Asakusa. And this fight was so freaking good because it is intertwined with the flashback of what made Benimaru Benimaru.
His name's like Hibachi.
Uh, Shinmon Hibachi. Yep, former boss of the Asakusa Hikeshi. And so we see Benimaru and him exchanging blows, and as they're exchanging blows, they use the same techniques, EI chop forms, and the different kinds of chops and forms. And meanwhile, this guy is just calling Benimaru a weak little spoiled brat, and that he literally scolds Benimaru mid-fight and says, Conroe doesn't have any time to rest taking care of your sloppy ass. Which I was like, damn, this guy knows Conroe? Like, are doppelgangers, like, I had so many different theories of being like, do evil people just get replaced into doppelgangers when they die? What about the first thought that went through my head is like, okay, so this guy's a doppelganger. Does Benimaru have a doppelganger? Spoilers. But like, that was literally my first thought. Was I was like, dang, we're really sending out this guy, but like,
We're
if
screwed.
yeah,
like it's like when you see the in spoilers for the end of Frieren, the first class mage exam arc, but like whenever we see the Doppel Frieren, and we're just like, ha, what? Like you have no idea how we are going to overcome that, you know?
Yeah, GG, it's over. Like, I was so freaking scared. But Benimaru, literally after like rising to the occasion and overcoming his own personal demons, is able to fight his old boss at full power. And when he decides to use his own style, instead of just being blamed by his old mentor, he decides to use his own style, which is, I think, the 7th form. He uses Moonlight. Yep.
Oh, it says Crimson Moon's Sunwheel, right?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, so he goes to use Form 7, Nichiren Sunwheel, and then as he uses it, he finally gets told that he is the true boss of Asakusa. But he tells him, you think you can have the sun and moon, you greedy kid. And he uses Nichiren Akatsuki, which is Sun Wheel Crimson Moon, using like in like a culmination of Benimaru's character. I thought that move was freaking perfect, and it like Benimaru not just succumbing to being like, my Nichiren's not good enough, but I'll make it my own and using the moon's technique because I'm a 2nd gen and 3rd gen in one. I had tears while I was reading this. It was really cool. And in the sun wheels light, the moon shines even brighter and deeper crimson. And that's what he's poured his soul into. That freaking, it was so cool. And then Conroe is crying. He's literally me. Freaking Benimaru returns. He's like, why are you crying? And he's like, you and the old boss are too stubborn to cry for yourselves, so I'm doing it for you. And one of the interesting things that happens while Benimaru's fighting is that the waves change into like a floral pattern. Not floral, but they look like a traditional Japanese painting for all intents and purposes when Benimaru's fighting. And I had this theory that like, because Benimaru was exerting his own force of will so hard in that moment, that's what made that happen. But after that fight, the Soul Eater moon appears. It's 1-to-1. I don't know how else to say it, y'all. Like, it just happens. The moon's smiling, and it's not a smile like Majora's Mask. It's a smile like Soul Eater. It's a 1-to-1. And everyone's like, why does the moon look ridiculous? And, well, the ocean looks normal. And everyone else said that the fierce battle between Benimaru and his boss brought Adola closer, and it transformed the ocean, and it changed the art style of the moon. And Benimaru's like, I don't know. I don't think I did that. Leaked comes out as Afro Man. Shout out Daxake. Because... Oh my gosh. And everyone has the same question I had when the old boss mentor's doppelganger shows up. They ask, what if Benimaru's doppelganger shows up? Meanwhile, all this other fighting is happening between the 6th and 7th pillar. Sho and Arrow decide, okay, we need to find out what's up with my birth. And Show literally decides, I'm going to go stop time and I'm going to go steal some records because that's what I need to do. And they couldn't find a father's name on the registry. Where have I heard this story before? And so he goes to the news records and they're like, oh yeah, she claims she was of virgin birth. And I was like, where have I heard this story before? And it's not that like it was almost like a tabloid newspaper that had posted this story, but the weird part was when the newspaper went to go post it, they were stopped by the church and asked not to post it. But this guy, Freedom of the Press, was like, nah, man, I'm Big News Morgan's in this show. This is big news. Virgin births don't happen. And everyone was like, why did a virgin birth happen? This is when I was like, okay, is Shinra a JoJo? Is he supposed to be Jesus? Like, that's
Oh my god.
it. And then literally the next chapter, I shit you not, they show Shinra saying, I'm gonna be a hero to protect you and Sho, and then Sho saying, a legend handed through the ages of an anti-cataclysmic you got this, Cody. Anti-cataclysmic world. A legend of where the child of a virgin becomes a savior. And I was like, oh my god, they're really making him Jesus. And then, as Sho comes to this realization, the feathers that have been appearing throughout all of his time stopping appear as like a seraphim's wing. And I was like, how? How is this happening? And now, after having this Adola link with his mother, he finally finds out that he needs to go find out where Shinra is. And he needs to tell him that he needs to be a hero. And so they're all going to find out how to make Shinra a hero. And so there's only one pillar left. The final pillar appears, and the last pillar titan that does appear is Raffles the First. Yucky. I did not get why they had to do it in the moment. And retrospectively looking at it now, I get it, but I didn't like it. I also didn't like how Raffles looked. He was just kind of like a lame Viltrumite from Invincible. Like mustache, little goatee. Then he combined it with the wheel. And I was like, wow, this is really cool.
Brother. It's crazy.
So Shinra starts fighting, and he's like, I'm scared that if I do this, I'm actually gonna like tear the whole world apart. And they're like, nah, you won't, because we have the eighth pillar becoming the shield that'll stop it. And the eighth pillar, Iris, is like, oh yeah, you got this. And I literally couldn't believe it. But Iris had stepped up to the plate and became the protector that the world needed. And as Shinra had finally defeated Raffles the First, everyone had seen him defeat Raffles, and everyone started calling him a devil. And Shinra disappeared. And Iris had disappeared. And Sho had disappeared. And then everyone said, oh, everyone's gone. We'll join you at the pillars. And they all left it to Yona. And so as this world is on the verge of becoming a fire, Arrow lets off and is like, oh, Sho told me what to do. We can't lose hope. And we're going to have to go prevent the activation of the switch in Amaterasu. So everyone loads up and Company 8's Matchbox, and they all start making their way to Amaterasu. And even Ogun appears with them. And Ogun's like, oh yeah, we're going to stop this, and we're going to save Shinra and everyone. Charon and weird Necro lady appear. I don't know what her name is.
Ritsu.
Ritsu. Oh, why does she have to have a cool name? And then Arthur, as he sees them, he's like, "Oh no, I can feel him."
Bro knows. He can sense the aura.
He knows. And Charon finally gets my goats finally fight each other. Ogryn and Charon start fighting, and Ogryn's like, "If I just gotta punch you before you can counter." And then he's like, "Nah, that ain't gonna work. I'm the goat. You don't know what Helmea has been through, and I'm gonna free her from this hell if it means I have to destroy this world with it." And I was like, "Damn, why do you gotta be a simp for her?" Like, I love Charon. After taking
this must have been rough for you. I know that these are your goats.
They really are. Even like we get even more backstory at Ogryn and how like he interacted with Shinra and Arthur back in the day. And Dragon finally pulls up on Arthur, and Arthur's like, "It's time for me to win the title of Dragon Slayer." And as Arthur finally lets out his sword, the new forged Excalibur from Vulcan. Also, shout out Vulcan. Like, I think we forgot to mention that, but like, Vulcan helped forge an entirely new freaking Excalibur for Arthur. This one was made instead of out of like a little bit of heat resistant plastic from the department store. This was forged out of the tip of a freaking rocket. Apparently from our world.
You mean orichalcum. Get it right.
You're right, man. He made Ultima Weapon. He made Lionheart. Oh, but this fight, as it started taking place, I was getting real worried because I was like, he has the sword, he's not doing damage. And meanwhile, we have powerless Lisa and powerless, or not. Lisa's powerful. Vulcan doesn't have powers. You doesn't have powers. And as they're making their way to go stop the activation switch from being flipped, who stops them but the grossest motherfucker in the world? Why? Why? He's so bad.
I mean, I want to also mention when we were still focusing on the Charon fight, bro, Arrow and Hinua, like the teamwork, they're so cool. Actually, Arrow is such a real one.
Dude,
I'm not even gonna lie.
Even without Sho being there, she's like, I can't lose hope in that we're gonna get him back.
Mm-hmm.
And I really freaking loved it. But Giovanni overcomes Lisa and Vulcan's teamwork, and he decides, "Oh no, I'm gonna take over this little boy because I'm a fucker." And he takes over Yu's body, and as Vulcan starts screaming and like asking for help, we see a panel of like Yu crying out in pain to the point where Obi and Hinowa hears them. And Obi says, "We're sending reinforcements inside." And Charon the goat stands in front of the door, stands up, and says, "Nah, you're not doing it." Hinowa pulls out, what is it, like 16 gun barrels and snaps them into place. And they're like, what is that? And it's like, "Oh yeah, well, we got new material support from Hajima, so we had them make new gun barrels. But now he can fire multiple shots out of one gun barrel." And this double page spread of like Charon's face shaded against Hinowa's like shaded face was so intense. And then we see Yu just fully taken over by Giovanni.
This show is so creepy, dude.
But like Leaked being able to in the moment be like, well, he has to be just a bug and he has to be doing a dance to how does Leak know how bugs reproduce and dance to communicate? Leak just knows everything.
Well, I mean, he was doing research on Infernal Corpse ashes and stuff like that. Like, I feel like he, especially knowing what we found out about Giovanni in the Nether 2.0 arc, he probably has a good grasp on a lot of things. You know what I mean?
Oh yeah.
There's been 3 months, like, for him to figure it out. You know?
Right. Hino keeps putting the freaking blows into Charon. Arthur has slashed one hit slashes apparently against Dragon, and he asks him, "A blow meant to slay me in one strike, and yet how many times have you struck me, boy?" And Arthur confidently says, "I don't remember."
It's one of my favorite moments in all of Arthur. I love him so much, dude. Oh shit.
But Arthur starts doubting himself. Charon is literally taking everything in, and the fact that they won says that their truth is what is better than Company A. You puts in the freaking key of circumference. Circumference. Shit. Oh yeah, this is pie. Everyone knows the tale of King Arthur in the Round Table and his noble
Dude,
knight, Circumference.
them like figuring out that like Pi has changed as like Adola has been brought closer or shit like that. Like it's literally like what I was saying. Like the world itself fundamentally has been being tweaked and altered and rewritten. It's so crazy, dude.
Ugh. So as they finally link Adola with the world, a giant eyeball opens up, and they finally decide we're gonna link imagination with everything. And this is what the amalgamation of bringing Adola to this world is gonna do. It's gonna light the world on fire. And so after Charon says, "This is all of the energy you fired into me. You can have it back now." Maki the goat freaking stands up to all the energy Hinoa has poured into this man and catches it. And she decides to control it. And then Hinoa uses his pinpoint trajectory changing skills to change the trajectory and says he needs a target, and he finds Dragon up in the air by himself and throws this giant fucking blast at Dragon. And
Literally sending this man out into orbit.
out into orbit, and Arthur is literally like, "Nah, if I know
That
him,
won't kill
that
him."
attack won't
Yeah.
leave a scratch on it."
He's still up there. Like, dude, that is such a fucking crazy interaction, dude.
And then Arthur says, "There's something I must do before becoming a true knight." And Arthur starts running back to his house with Vulcan, and he says, we gotta do this before I can take on the dragon and save the world." And Vulcan's like, "What are you talking about? We can't do it. We got better things to be doing." And as the eyeball opens up, Adola is bringing through all of the worst things into this world. But Obi, the freaking goat, the light of this world, tells them we can't lose hope. Because as long as we don't lose hope, nobody will fall into despair. And even Joker.
Don't lose hope. Yeah, don't lose hope. And the amount of times it's like that mantra is repeated is like, oh my god, dude. This is how you write like the final arc in Shonen. Like, this is crazy to me. Like, when I was first reading through like this part, I had already gotten a little bit spoiled to me, and a lot of the people who are probably watching this probably have also, but we won't go too into it now. We'll get into it in a bit, but I still had no possible clue how we got from how things are right now to there, and like I myself as a reader was like, oh, if you say so, Obi, but like I don't see a way. I don't understand at this point, like how this all happens.
Oh my gosh, freaking! How is Sumire? That I love that. Like Sumire is like, man, why don't these people just give up? It doesn't matter. They just need to give in to despair. And then it shows her in a real freaking like. It just shows like a real lady. I don't know how else to describe it. I don't know how David Productions is gonna handle it, but
They're gonna just do an IRL, like live action Fire Force.
how do you handle a live action Fire Force then? It's like but everyone decides we're not gonna lose hope and we're gonna give it our all. And then massive amount of doppelgangers from throughout the series start appearing. And the first one that makes its appearance is Captain Agu. And
Rip.
that fucking hurt. Because Captain Pan was like, it has to be his doppelganger because Agu would never hurt anyone. And then we have the goat of the second doppelganger appearing out of a fire tornado that they tried to slow down the flame. No, man. When Rekka appeared, I was so...
It's Rekka!
Oh, my stars! I was bet you were just freezing in the cold without me to heat things up. I was losing it.
Bro.
But then when they showed him with just a hole in his chest, like, the therapy...
He's a Heartless.
He's a hollow.
He's a Heartless. Oh my god.
Oh my god.
This was so crazy to me. Like seeing and like the amount of times like throughout the whole Nataku stuff that he was like brought back. And even when we were seeing Tamaki like come to terms with things and her backstory, he was brought back. They brought him back every single chance they could. The writing's been on the walls this whole time. But man, dude, Kareem face to face with this individual.
And he immediately tries to talk to him and he's like, yo, now that you're here, we could all be buddies again. He's like, I think you know better than that, my stars. And as all this is happening, Vulcan and Arthur finally get back to their Company 8 house to play Dragon Quest.
Bust out the Nintendo.
It was actually really well done though. As much as like I groan about it, the way that they were able to intermingle Arthur's stripes throughout the video game and then like using them to show off the fights between Captain Pan and Captain Agu and
to
Rekka
bounce
Hoshimiya
back and forth.
It was so freaking perfect. Like they're like, oh, well, why don't you use these moves that enhance your characters and then just use them on your hero? And then freaking Captain Pan uses multi-layer buff all on himself and freaking one-shots Captain Agu like it's nothing. It was so freaking good.
Reminds me a bit of like I've been saying is like the string pulling of that connective consciousness or collective unconscious. I got that completely wrong. But being able to alter it and the fact that these doppelgangers are effectively the manifestation of people's thoughts on these individuals. So like Rekka Hoshimiya was somebody who like we a lot of people know, a lot of people who are feeding into the collective unconscious know that he was an evangelist. And so he still is his doppel form, but there's also that part of Kareem that refuses to see him as anything but his friend, and that is also still a part of his doppel. It's like not all doppelgangers are a bad thing. It's just that the strings have been pulled to change the agenda so much to control the outcome, and like but you have like individuals like Iris and things like that, and like it's so crazy because Arthur's power is based off of his singular unconscious and like his perception, and like so I'm like when I was reading through it I was like is Arthur shaping this? Is like, are these parallels like because he's the goat? Like, is this all happening this way because of Arthur and how powerful he is in his resolve right now? Like, I don't know. You know what I mean? Like,
Dude, when 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 Kareem finally said, "I didn't know the truth, and I ended up betraying your dream, but our friendship was a real friendship, and that will never. That's something nothing will ever shake, and that's good enough, isn't it?" And Rekka just looking back and smiling and saying, "Yeah, it sure is," and just willing to die after that. It just fucking hurt.
it's really well done.
I I
I
loved that freaking fight. It's what makes Rekka like Hoshimiya. For as much as I've memed for for him throughout the whole video, I freaking feel it like in my bones that like he is a top 10 in the whole series for me. And like for the way that
that's
he
wild.
pushes Kareem and he did hurt Tamaki. Hold up, that might make him bottom 5.
But yeah, like the him kind of talking sense into Kareem at the same time. He's just like, you've always need to, to heat things up, and you've always like cooled me down when I got too hot. Like, how is this any different? Like, this has been your role, is to cool me down. Like, and like for him to understand and have that self-awareness while having his strings being pulled, it does honestly put him near Burns level to me, like where Burns was able to deceive even Haumea. And like I'm just like, damn, this is a real motherfucker right now. Like, that's crazy. And I think this is how you do like this kind of arc. Like, a lot of people give the Fourth Great Ninja War a lot of flack because of the Edo Tensei stuff, and like there are a few moments that I think were really shining in all of that, but it just happened so much, and there was so like, but this felt really, really, really well done to me specifically, especially with how it paralleled with what was going on with Arthur elsewhere. This was like a masterclass at how you write a full character arc, and then to cap it all off with Kareem doing the storming snowstorm of snow. I'm sorry, that was the funniest moment to me because it was like such a deep couple series of chapters, and then seeing him like let out this attack and like, dude, it was so funny.
Dude, and then like after Arthur finally like beating the game, he's like, "Don't worry, Vulcan, we don't have to do everything. I've done enough to finally realize what I need to do to beat the dragon. Take my sword outside, lift it to the sky, and it will lead you to you." And Vulcan's like, I I
That's
don't
not how that works.
Yeah, but like you just said, Arthur being able to shape reality throughout the freaking uh thing.
He's like
Arthur's
Usopp.
Arthur literally is like, nah, that is how it works, and you'll see when you do it. And when Vulcan believes in Arthur, it fucking happens, and they find a way to you. And then Arthur says, "All right, winds, whisk us away to our destination," and the winds just come around and pick him up. Like
He just teleports.
this
He
is
just like
Arthur's the strongest in this in Adola. When Adola is to the world like this, and imagination is to the forefront, where Arthur's
yeah.
imagination is power, he is unstoppable right now. This is
He's fully manifesting and like accomplishing like godlike feats, and it's actually so well written. Like I love that we got to this point with Arthur as a character, and for him to just say things and them to just be like, this is wild to me. Like at this point I was finally starting to get like understand like, okay, so maybe there is hope, like with him versus like these top of the verse beings, like, but we don't know how much more powerful they have become as well. But yeah, like Arthur just reality warping is insane. And like, how did we get here? Like, you know what I mean?
Yeah, and like it's to the extent that where whatever Arthur thinks will happen happens because he sees Giovanni in Yu's body, and Giovanni does his like knocked in, tucked in, tucked in, and does his little speech, and Arthur's like, "Shut up, bug," and he uses a gamma knife to just erase the essence of Giovanni out of his brain. That's crazy. Arthur just believed hard enough, and he was just able to wipe a man out of existence. It was, ooh, ooh, it absolutely crazy, insane, good. I freaking loved it. Then we had the moment that everyone had been waiting for. Arthur said, "He's waiting for me. I have to go." And he leaves to go fight Dragon. And this will probably be in my top 3 anime fights of all time. This will probably be up there with Sukuna Maharaga. This will be up there with Broly versus Gogeta. I I don't know anything that could ever top this if it gets animated right. Like this
I
is
think I know one.
yep, there's one. There's one. I just thought about it, but it ends at 236, so it doesn't matter.
Oh my god.
But
Also, Hunter Hunter's got one that if it ever gets animated, oh my god. But yeah, I put this in that pantheon. This is in my Mount Rushmore of crazy anime manga fights. This is my number one fight from this series by a very large margin, by several country miles.
for all
This is
intents
the
and
peak.
purposes, this is like the last fight in the whole series, I feel like. Because the last one is more of an
You're right.
introspective, but like this is like an all out freaking brawl between two titans, one who believes in his own imagination and one who only believes in his own despair that he will never be challenged.
There are other fights, but some of them are like one taps and some of them are like really drawn out, just like
the one tap is the best fight.
Points.
Is like
oh man, yeah, we'll get there. But so
like Arthur vs. Dragon is so insane because they start off in a volcano. First off, you would just be melted alive if you step foot in a volcano, but not if you're a knight, apparently.
Maybe you
because
would.
Arthur is freaking. Yeah. He's set. He's like, oh man, I can't be hurt. I'm here to fight you, Dragon. And Dragon finally gets cut for the first time, and Dragon's like, oh, we could never fight fully here. And as they start exchanging,
no, hold on. No, this man says this is what pain feels like because he doesn't remember. It's been so long for him. And then he says, this planet is not big enough for the two of us to fight.
Living a long life has its advantages. And then he takes Arthur out into the freaking stratosphere. And they start going out of the atmosphere to fight.
This is insane. And this is the craziest culminative moment for any story arc individually. Like for any one character, this is the peak of what we have gotten to so far. This is insane. And I felt so vindicated because I loved Arthur from the second he was introduced. And I had to listen to you when you were anime only slandering my boy.
Dude, you're right. I was wrong. You know what? Arthur is the GOAT. And as Arthur starts succumbing to like outer space because he can't breathe, he starts like passing out. And Dragon's like, oh, weak human, you can't do anything. And then words appear in front of Dragon. Arthur equips the star ring. And at first I thought it was like a cool manga paneling choice until the next like page, and it's literally like still up there in things, and it's like, this star ring was for you. Thank you, Vulcan. And freaking they just start fighting here in space. Let us decide the future of the planet. And these two just go fucking at it.
Dude, this fight is insane. They're literally cleaving off parts of stars and galaxies, bro.
I think Arthur is like one of the few people from this universe that could challenge Black Star. Dead ass.
Oh my god, let's not have this conversation
not
right
yet,
now.
Not yet, but
yeah, we are seeing the most ridiculous extents to like this is Like we saw the universe being frozen and Shinra going faster than the speed of light. Both of these people are on, if not above, that level in this moment with them fighting. Like this is actually insane.
Dude, I love that when like Arthur like goes to need a footing from a star literally appears like a five-pointed star behind him, and he uses it as like a freaking foothold, and Dragon just crashes him through it. But while getting crashed through it, Dragon just has his head split open by Arthur. Like, there's so many good freaking action shots from this that like it just blows my mind. And then like the double stab with Dragon ripping his claws through Arthur's body, and then Arthur finally stabbing through Dragon. It You just see Arthur gorged from the chest down, and he's like, "I'm not stopping here. I'm still going."
He gets his legs blown off, and he is still ready to scrap. And like his half of his face is just drenched in blood, and like, God, dude, like there is nothing that this man can't accomplish in this moment. And
He lost one of his hands, and he's like, "It doesn't matter because now I have readiness for death." And they have all the freaking like they finally show off the dichotomy of like Dragon and Arthur, who believes that life in his fantasies could always exist, and everyone calls him a fool for how he enjoys life, whereas Dragon only sees despair in the world where he can't be harmed. It's that both of them find a hope in death, and then that it's a quadruple page shot because it's a double page of Arthur saying, "I will end you, Dragon," covered in blood, and then Dragon in a double page spread, "Yo, you, Arthur, put an end to my long years of despair." Oh, and then both of them admitting that you should be grateful I'm here. We've had a lot of fun. Now let's enjoy our deaths. And as half of Arthur's body is blown away, Arthur lets out Violet Flash. And I remember messaging you at the end of that panel being like, "No, not my boy." But it didn't matter because Arthur said, "I don't care if half my body's gone. I don't care if I lost an arm. I'm swinging this sword and I'm cleaving the earth with it." Oh, freaking, it was beautiful.
So my bro literally split the earth in half.
Yeah.
He destroyed the moon for all intents and purposes and split the earth in half with a single blow.
It freaking insane. Like, oh.
Don't hold back your praises,
no,
folks, for he is the true Night King.
And then he yells out to Shinra, "How long will you keep playing the devil? I've become the Night King." And then he says, "It's all up to you, hero."
Oh, dude, it's so... Oh, man.
Arthur's such a well-written character. Everything that they need to be for each other, they just are. And as Dragon's despair is gone, everyone starts freaking out that, "Oh no, this guy is gonna push the earth to the moon." Maki tries to stop it, and she's like, "Oh shit, the mass of the moon's killing me." And then Kareem's like, "I could try to cool it." And then the second company is like, "Juggernaut, could you shoot it down?" And he's like, "It's out of range." But even if it does get in range. And then they're like, we can all just pray for everyone. Shinra Kusakabe shows up and pushes the fucking moon back into orbit. What up? And then fucking shows up and is like, "I'm gonna kill you for sure this time, you dummy." And Gravity Man's like, "You can't kill me. I'm gonna kill the whole world with the moon." And he's like, "I don't think you can, because why don't you look there?" And everyone's like, "The moon stopped?" And Joker's like, "He did it. That's Shinra, no doubt about it." Like, what
This shit is so fucking cool, dude. Like it's insane. It's like the reality warping aspects of like all of the pyrokinetic powers while Adola is like the cataclysm is unfolding. It's so wild. Because like seeing Shinra and what he's capable of accomplishing with Grace in season 1 and then us getting to this point, it's like we saw but a glimpse of what our boy is potentially capable of. And if Arthur, somebody who's not possessing of an Adola link originally, is able to use his powers to that extent, what can Shinra do? And here our boy is, front and center,
pushing the fucking moon into orbit. What a fucking goat! Like,
it's so ridiculous.
freaking. So as Gravity Boy is like finally matching Show, he's like, oh well, since I can control gravity, and now that Adola's closer, it should only make sense that I can control time. And Show's like, oh, is that all? And he's like, what? He's like, yeah. If all you can do is also move during time, you're still no match for me. And then one taps this man and is like, and just thinking, was that all? And Gravity Man's like, you know what? Fuck you. Enjoy the rest of these doppelgangers. And he sends out 4 doppelgangers of what could be perceived to be the strongest in the verse that we've seen up until this point. We see the doppelganger of Kureno. We see the doppelganger of Burns. We see the doppelganger of Joker. And we see the doppelganger of the man we all worried who wouldn't have a doppelganger. Captain Shimon Benimaru.
Shimon Benimaru.
That
oh my god, dude. This was insane. I was like, I don't know how. Like every single twist throughout the whole Great Cataclysm arc, I was just like, I don't get it. I don't how. And I kept like, because by the time I had started reading, it had just finished. And that's how I kind of got a little bit spoiled on some shit about what's still to come. But like, I knew how many chapters were left. And I was like, how? Like, wait, what?
Dude, Kureno versus Kureno happens. And as much as I hate Kureno, it was really funny to see Nataku find Kureno as Kureno's doppelganger. And as he gets hit, he smiles at freaking Nataku like, oh yes, I'm your Uncle Reaper Dad. And he's like, no, you're not. Kureno's a real sicko who would never smile while beating the shit out of a child. And I was like, whoa! What kind of relationship
not my
do
Kureno.
You have?
Yeah, like that's wild.
It was an alright
I think
fight.
that like it was okay. Is it so? This is also while the goat makes his return, is it not?
It happens right after this, and I will get right into that because Kureno versus Kureno happens, and we see that the Kureno beats the doppelganger in saying, "I would have only let you take my place if you truly respected my job and had an admiration for it. But it turns out you're just in it for the money." And I was like, "Huh." You like actually are turning out to be a character. Weird. Then we come up to Tamaki versus Assault's doppelganger. And this is really big, guys, because every time Tamaki has beaten Assault, it's because he's never seen or been with a woman. And it's scary. Because, like, Assault's doppelganger, first off, one-tapped Maki and Lieutenant Hinoa. And then Obi tried to stop him with his muscles, and he literally just put up his index fingers and said, I believe in my strength more, and topples Obi. Obi trains every day for this, guys, and he got
negative diffed.
Diffed him.
All of the second gen and non-powered individuals of the 8th, like all of them, like just in what felt like the blink of an eye. It was so insane.
He goes to start trying to beat up Tamaki, and Tamaki keeps trying to use her Lecher Lure, and it's not working on him because this Assault does not succumb to eroticism. And
yeah,
this is the part of the story that made me go, okay, Tamaki's actually a fucking goat. because the real Assault shows up, and as the fake Assault is going on this rant about how the world would be better if we were pure, the world would be better if there was no like lust in
Lewd.
the world or anything lewd. This world would be a lot better without you in it, Tamaki, and that's why you can't be here. The real Assault shows up and says, "You're wrong. The world does need sexy things, and the world does need gooners and edgers." And I was
That's crazy.
dude, this fight is definitely like up there for me. I really freaking enjoyed it because what it does for Tamaki's character and retrospectively how it handles the fan service accusations that were put towards Fire Force. I enjoyed it.
Yeah.
Also, Tamaki having her Rock Lee moment when she strips down and she takes her pants off and the pants like they're like weigh like a bunch and she's like, "I'll show you the gravity of eroticism."
Bro. So this was such a fever dream for me to experience. I am not quite in the same boat as you. I liked parts of this, but I thought this was wild, and it's the bottom tier of like everything that happens in this last chunk of arcs here while the cataclysm is unfolding. I like it felt pace breaking to me as well. Maybe I'll enjoy it, when I get to experience it again. But God, this fight felt so out of place and it felt so strange, but it did serve an interesting purpose because it explained to us before it became super, super important that these infernals are, again, like what we talked about with Iris, these doppelgangers are what people have perceived you in the collective unconsciousness to be. It's that version of you. So Assault was put on such a pedestal, and we got like back in the Nether, back before the Nether 2.0 arc and in the Nether 1.0 arc, all of these white clad individuals herald him as like one of the absolute strongest. He's put right up there with like Fairy and Dragon and other destroyer class individuals. He is ridiculously powerful, and all of these people glaze the shit out of him. And because of that, his doppel is even stronger than like maybe even he himself, which is it's such a crazy concept to think about, like reality versus expectation and how that manifestation can overcome what is truly there, because he is human. He does have his weakness, and for his weakness to be Tamaki, I mean, like that bit, I feel like at this point has severely run its course. But I think it's so funny when the kid and Leaked start seeing through, like seeing outside of the matrix.
Mm-hmm. Through the mother's like disrespect of being like, this harlot needs to cover up. Why don't you like discipline her, Leaked? And the kid's like, if shouldn't that mean that like ugly people get the same treatment? And she's like, no, I think everyone should be having a chance to show off their body, not just those who are pretty. And the kid's like, well, then people who are dumber than you should have your job, Mom. And people who never studied the law should be lawyers. And we'd have crappy musicians who wouldn't be in the real like artistry of making music. And like as this kid's like totally telling off his mom, she goes to hit him and he's like, yeah, I was given a name. And this is when the story like starts breaking the fourth wall. Crazily.
It gets so meta. It gets crazy. And I love Leaked. Leaked is the guy who gets to be there for it too. And I'm like, this is such a perfect culminating for his arc, in my opinion. You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm. And like Leaked is like, I don't even remember you as just being Tatsumi's mother. And then poof, she just disappears because she's just fodder who only goes around with what the crowd says and doesn't have an opinion of her own. And the kid's like, I know you can do this, Tamaki. Give it all you've got. And seeing Tamaki and Assault like team up, I just love seeing like everyone like once they all strip and they all are like, yeah, we like looking at bodies. There's nothing wrong with having a little lewd in the world. We're not doing it to disrespect the other sex. We're doing it because we all enjoy what makes us each unique. And I feel like that's what really stuck out to me, especially like the midst of like everything is like there's like this,
Unraveling.
yeah, everything is unraveling, and in our world, especially like right now, like everyone has like this thing of like you can't objectify this or you can't objectify this. This is setting women back like 200 years. This is setting men back like so many years, and it's like if people are comfortable in their skin showing off the way they want to show off, then I think it's entirely justified to let them live their lives because they're not doing it for anyone else other than to feel empowered by themselves. And that message really, really stuck out to me. And I fucking, it's what I love about this
And
fight.
for the fact that Leaked understands, like he sees the code and he sees like outside of the simulation, and he's like, oh, I get it. It's not Tamaki actively choosing. It's like that is a role she fulfills in this program, more or less. He's like seeing it as like the metaphysical construct that it is. Like he's actually understanding and dissecting what reality has become throughout all of this, and he sees like that's the embodiment of like this primal construct. And like it's so crazy to me. Like I think of all of the twists, that was one of the most compelling moments where I was just like, okay, what the fuck is what am I reading? What am I actually reading right now? Like,
But it's like right off the heels of that, it's immediately peak with Joker fighting Joker. And
oh my god.
that I was freaking out. I was like, don't kill Joker before the end of the story. That's his bullshit. Don't do it. And Joker's doppelganger is like super duper strong. And Joker's like, what do these guys take me for? A freak? I'm not this strong. And they're like, yeah, that's what you get for being in the shadows and a strong guy. And it's like, I'm not. And then we see the other infernal doppelganger of Captain Burns appear with him. And Joker's like, all right, I surrender. I couldn't beat the both of you if you teamed up. And the fucking goat of all goats, Captain Burns, impales the doppelganger of Joker because that is not the doppelganger. That is an infusing. Because when Burns said, I've got this, I'll handle this, he handled it. He took over his own doppelganger and assumed his body. Do you know how fucking cracked you have to be to do that shit? You like I have to listen to my buddies constantly talk shit about Captain Burns, and I'm like, y'all don't understand that is the GOAT. He is the reason Joker lives. You watch your tongue, knave. I am the Night King, and I will fight for my lord. Burns literally surpassed every expectation I had for him in this series, and at that moment right there, I was like, yeah, sure, I'll just accept it. Burns is the GOAT, and he's kept being the GOAT. And right after that, we see Kurito walking through the streets, and he's getting told by his boss to go handle the other doppelgangers, and he doesn't have to wait long before Shimon Benimaru finds him.
Dude, this was so crazy. This was insane. Let's put it to the test. They said he can hold a candle to the captain of the seventh. Like, oh my god.
He did try. For all intents and purposes, he was ready to surrender, but he couldn't even run away. Like, that was like the biggest thing is he was ready to die right there, and then immediately Benimaru was behind him the whole time, and freaking Kurito's like, hey, don't you just stand there. Trade places with me. Well, I only figured a chucklehead would butt into someone else's fight. Are you sure you don't mind? This is beyond me. This is nothing but power harassment.
This is the most insane flex I think you could possibly have in a non-universal or multiversal level like manga situation. Like, this is insane. The collective unconscious
that found Benimaru to be a god. Like,
yeah, they literally call him the destroyer god. The pedestal that they put him on manifest as what can only be described to so many other people as like a final boss of a JRPG. Like this is like the hurdle to overcome for like this is somehow for me I felt like this stronger threat than even Dragon.
And he gets one tap. That
He's
is,
like, I'll show you how to Nichirin.
he throws an entire ring of fire around the entire planet, and Benimaru is like, not good enough, and just one tap in the blink of
this
an eye.
man says, if that's what you guys think of me, like that's pathetic. But I'll have to do even better. Like,
I guess people don't think I'm as tough as they thought they did. Like,
that's so crazy. That's insane.
And then we finally get brought back to the craziness that is Shinra and Sho's wacky, wild, bizarre adventures through Adola. And they go through the eye, and they finally come across the whole entire human collective unconsciousness. And they come face to face with Haumea, and I don't even know if we could consider this a fight. It was just,
no, it's not a fight.
It was sad. And as we see Sister Sumire and Inca give themselves up to die for Haumea, it was crazy. How do we even go about this?
Like the thing is Shinra tries to treat it as a fight, and he gets rage baited, like to a level that he has never gotten to before, and he doesn't even land a hit.
Dude, I was
because it's not fated. Yeah, it's like dude, Haumea is in this moment like the entire surrogate representation of the evangelist. Effectively, this is God. This is the thoughts of all of humankind on the planet, which is mostly infernals, but also the webs that have been spun and the lies, you know, that have been perpetrated across 2.5 centuries in the Tokyo Empire. Or like, she is the embodiment of reality and existence, and ultimately despair and destruction on the path to rebirth. And like, dude, Shinra's pissed and he loses it like multiple times. He's like, I'm gonna kill you, and he can't even lay a finger on her.
Oh, so as
it's crazy,
like, dude, Haumea is like literally like, death is the only salvation. That's why we have to kill the whole world. Kills Inca and Sister Sumire. Like, Sho literally tells Shinra, "You gotta calm down, bro. You gotta lock it in." And Shinra looks at Sister Iris, impaled. I lost it. I was Shinra in that moment. I was rage baited. I was ready to fucking jump through the screen like Digimon Movie 2000 and rock the shit out of Haumea. I was ready, but Sho is able to calm down his brother, and as Shinra starts giving more into the devil archetype, he starts getting these different kinds of flames and is trying to maintain his cool. And it's like, here we really see that like all of imagination can be brought to the surface here. And as Haumea sees this happen, she goes to rip a hole through Shinra's chest, and the captain of the Six is able through an Adola link to form a snake to take the blow for Shinra, which I forgot she even treated Shinra way back in the day and got the Adola scar. But holy shit, I thought it was over. I was like, it's Jover. It's
like some Itachi shit, you know, like he's just like, I'm just gonna pull a crow out of nowhere and like, plot this away, you know, like we're gonna throw a plot at that. Like, it was really, really interesting though, because yeah, like this is, what do you even do? And meanwhile, like the whole world is just igniting in black flames.
Oh,
Like, this is the end. Like, we see pretty much everyone that we love being
it's
consumed.
so Shinra goes to try to punch her normally and realizes that his fist still doesn't connect with her, but her hair moves. And she says, "See, fate doesn't deem us worthy to fight yet, so we can't." And he's like, "That can't be true because your hair moved. And if nothing were to happen, then this wouldn't affect you at all." And she's like, "What would the evangelist have to fear from a weak little breeze? All we need to do is turn the whole world into despair." And we cut back to the real world of Captain Obi saving this old lady. And he says, "I'm doing my best to make sure no one loses hope." And Obi gets done in by his doppelganger. Throat slit. I I fucking hated it. I was screaming.
It was rough.
I was
Yeah,
screaming. It
it
was
was really rough. I mean, that was like the first domino to fall of many, though, because we see the rest of Company 8 being devoured in black flames. We see everyone, the
yeah.
whole planet
That
is
is literally
consumed in
what's
black flames.
because Obi was the last light in the world, and like everyone had been like Benimaru drank to being overrun by the flames.
Dude, him lifting up that sake cup as like just sitting in Asakusa and just like accepting it. I was like, no, no.
And the
And
whole world.
Joker looking up to the, oh my god, dude. I was so melancholy when all of this happened. But yeah, the planet itself that was bisected by Arthur, that had a ring of fire around it by Benimaru, effectively becomes a second sun.
And so as Shinra is overcome in despair, he's like completely silhouetted black and says, "I won't let everything disappear without a fight. I'm gonna murder you with my own hands." And Haumea says, "Please grant me the salvation of death." So that means if they do kill Haumea, she wins. If she doesn't die,
Mhm.
she still wins effectively because the earth has been transformed. And as Shinra goes to make his decisive blow, we get an entire fucking page saying, "You stupid idiot." And Shinra getting chopped in the
My god,
head.
my god,
And
oh my
Arthur
god,
from outer space says, "You promised me. Remember, devil? I gave you 3 chances. Don't tell me you try to forget. I struck you down just like
dude.
I promised." I fucking love it.
This is my favorite moment in the entire series by so far. This is it. This is what everything has been coming to with their whole dynamic, and Shinra having to not having the strength, even with Sho there by his side, to look at literally God in the face of a burning world and choose to still be the hero until Arthur reminds him. I love it.
Oh,
I absolutely love it.
dude, Arthur being the one, and even how Maya says the fourth guardian or the fourth pillar's guardian. Like Arthur has always been there to anchor Shinra back and make sure he is a freaking. It's so I really love it that like Arthur's always there to anchor him, and Shinra, for all intents and purposes, anchors Arthur back too to like lock in. But when Arthur calls him the freaking prince, I'm like, because Arthur's the king knight. He was, I oh, and then he's like, "Isn't he Excalibur?" And Excalibur says, "Fools." And he's like,
Fools. Oh.
"No." I was like, ain't no way this is
Dude.
happening."
Dude. Oh my god.
And then Shinra's mother appears, and we get a flashback with Shinra saying he's gonna watch the eclipse as Super Shinra or Shinra Man to make sure he saves the day and keep everyone safe. The mother
Bro.
appears, and we finally see that the mother is the doppelganger of the evangelist. And that I was like, yo, that makes sense. Everyone's supposed to. That makes sense. But and yeah, like she asked Shinra, "Did you give up?" And he's like, "I haven't give up. I almost gave up, but if I do, he's gonna yell at me again."
Oh. And she's like, I wonder who he's talking about. And he's thinking of like the future. Like the world is effectively destroyed, and he's thinking of like, I'll have to introduce like
All of
mom
these
to
people to you,
Arthur.
and he's like, "Yeah, he's my
Uh,
friend. You have a friend." Oh,
it's so it's so crazy that we, after all of this, the entire world is burning in front of him, and we are left with Shinra, Sho, and Mari Kusakabe facing down the evangelist in Haumea form. And Haumea even like loses it, right? How
mm-hmm.
the situation
Haumea.
is, and starts bawling her eyes out. Like, that's like the craziest part about this whole interaction is she's just sobbing and weeping the entire time.
Because she wants to die, and it Shinra's like, I'm gonna make a breeze because even a breeze sooner or later can be a gust for the future. And no, there's nothing I can do. I've tried everything I could try. I'm not giving up, Show. It's because of you two I was able to make it this far. So let's join our hearts and join our souls as one. And Shinra's soul becomes visible. And literally, y'all, I know I've said it a couple times, but if if you're a fan of Soul Eater, I don't know how you haven't read this. This is some freaking peak ass shit. Because they join hands to make a miracle and they perform Soul Resonance. I I that they
Chills.
it was dude, I'm literally like fisting the air right now, like shaking my hands.
Hey,
Like I
yo.
couldn't believe it. And we finally had the one, the only Shinra Bansho man, the fucking lame ass name that Shinra came up with when he was like, "Oh yeah, that's why I name all my techniques like this because of Shinra and Shell." And it's the biggest like comeuppance ever.
Yeah, that payoff is insane. I love this, and like I still think I put Arthur's like ultimate moment for me a little bit higher than this, because this is a moment that's split between three characters. You know what I mean?
Oh yeah,
So but this is crazy. This is how you do setup and payoff. This is how you do a running gag, even though it's been a while since we've heard Shinra call himself like the "I'm gonna kick this guy in the face man," or I'm the guy who's gonna stop the evil princess man," or like, it's been a while since we've heard that. But for us to full circle come back to that, and oh man, this is also a culminating moment in, like, we see Shinra Bancho Man taking steps and just flowers blooming behind him, and it's like the tabernacle. It's an Adola burst, and the power of Adola does not have to simply be destructive, but it can
and
be creative.
and in the same way that like being able to create life with this and being able to unite as one, the evangelist decides that it's time for Haumea and her to link up. And when they link up, it is almost a 1-to-1 with like the Kishin pattern, three eyes. And I was freaking out. And she becomes Despair Saintess, crying holy girl. I it it was crazy. But Shinra Bansho man's here, and they can stop their crying. And as they try to light them up with flames, he just turns everything into flowers. And he finally is able to kick her, and he restores life to the entire world. Like it's nothing. Like he makes the whales that Vulcan had been modeling stuff off of. Like it was not. He just creates life. I think this is one of the biggest feats that an anime character could have, because with all the energy that he gets thrown into him, he just makes an atmosphere. He uses her tears to quench the flames of the earth. The rain will wash away the despair, and like as like he's being met with it, every step he takes or every freaking like touch of this world, he's just creating life on life.
And we even see that the first pillar chooses to have Iris like come back and that be the light and her to live her life in her place.
Mm-hmm. And we see that
And
Shinra creates death, which is the very same death from Soul Eater, and everyone comes back. Like the captain of the six, Captain Agu comes back. Shimon Benimaru's freaking master comes back to life. Giovanni
my
comes
boy
back to life.
Scope.
Like
My
Scope.
boy Scope.
Oh,
Oh man.
I
He full on Rennie rebirths like the planet.
dude,
The
Reka
planet
came
was
back, and the fake Reka inside Nataku came back.
the like let's be real. The entire planet was split in half and set on fire. And he undid all that. Like this, this is insane. He effectively rewrote the laws of the universe, like how Yona and the White Clad had been doing for 200 plus years in an instant. In one singular moment, he completely took apart like what the evangelist had stood for 2.5 centuries and rewrote the world to and redefined what life itself means and the value that it holds.
And then
Like,
freaking
what is this?
in bringing the world back to life, he made life less precious because despair comes from people's fears of death. And so like he made he made this whole of death something more familiar. And yeah, like you said, uh, uh, the Saintess brings back Iris upon seeing the one face where the sun hid the cave, which is like the legend of Amaterasu, where the sun had been stolen and taken
Mhm.
away. But Shinra brings back the fucking goat. He brings back Charon, and Charon literally fucking Tog no Jutsu's Halvea. It was like, yo, I know you've been through this. And I know it's been worse for you. And I don't give a damn about the human race. Because to me, you seem to be suffering far more than they were. But there was one thing I wish I could have seen your smiling face. And if you don't want to smile, that's fine. But let me see your face. And she says that's cheating, Shinra Bansho man, using Chanro like this. Oh,
This is so insane to me because like that's our big bad. That's the final boss. And like one blow was actually exchanged with them, right? Like and then they get a happy ending.
it,
It's not a redemption. It's not at all a redemption, but like the fact that Shinra understands the devil versus hero mentality to the point and in the new reality that he wills, and now that she isn't subject to the raw collective unconscious just ravaging her brain every second of the day, Haumea can finally live a normal life and not be kooky crazy banana pants. And like it is so surreal
and you could see
that
like the despair literally is 1-to-1 with the Kishin after it separates with Helmea. The same three eye pattern and everything overlooking them. And Shinra is like, nah, get that shit out of my world. And he kicks them away. Like I I
It's insane.
it was really good. And then as like Sister Iris says, but I'm just a fake. Like, no, you're not a fake. You're a Matarasu, and you're the person I always wanted to be. That freaking warmed my heart so much. And then Inca,
It's
freaking,
crazy.
freaking,
Yeah, that's what I was
freak,
gonna say.
freaking
It's so
Shinra being like,
crazy.
Sister Iris, Shinra-san, I'm here too. Yeah, okay. I'm.
For Haumea to get, and again, I don't think a resolution, like a resolution is what it is. It's not a redemption though, but for Haumea's arc to come full circle and for her to get an actual fairy tale happily ever after, that's our big bad, and they get that type of resolution. Sister Iris and even the first pillar get their like full culminating resolution, and we can now rest easy knowing that the lady in black is like everything that she did served to like fuel this fire as well, and like everybody gets like a happy ending. And then there's just Inca being the worst, just being the absolute horrible existence in this world. Like, it actually bottom one for me. I'm not even lying. Like, I can't stand that she still exists and is relatively unchanged in all of this.
Oh, it was crazy. Like, freaking Death being like, you guys need to die. I took all your powers away and retrieved them. And shows like, but there's only seven. There's seven powers there, but there's only five pillars here. And he's like, oh, I collected all those from Absent, but one of them is not on this planet. Hmm.
Hmm. Fools.
Fool.
Oh my god, my little goat.
And then Death saying the freaking goaded line, if you need anything, call me 42 42 564, which is the number Maka from Soul Eater. Whenever you have to call Death on the mirror, that's the number you have to dial, which is also a play on words with Shini, and then telling someone to go die is 564. Like, it's a. This is peak. This is literal peak.
Yeah, this is wild. This is how you do it, folks. Like oh man.
We're his girlfriends, Inca and Iris, as they introduce themselves to his mother, and then like Shinra's got two girlfriends.
I can't, bro. I actually cannot. And like him being totally fine with like Mari's appearance as well was like a really sweet thing. And like dude, the whole epilogue here where it shows us the world that he created after this whole cataclysm event was reversed, and I just think it's just like it felt like such a crazy way to accomplish like setting up for Soul Eater. It was in like the fact that like even Inca explaining like kind of witches, and then that leading into Kishins and stuff like it's like it really is fucking crazy, dude.
Oh my god, everything was so goaded. Like, uh, seeing that like everyone got their happy ending, deserved or not, was freaking crazy.
And seeing the actual in the flesh real Excalibur in the prologue or the epilogue. Oh my god. He's top one in both verses because they're the same verse. Like it's so crazy. It's actually wild to me. And Shinra and Iris, they get there happily ever after. And like that just I don't know, man. It's like it's the amount of plot lines that were established and the amount of them that we had no idea how they would possibly get resolved, and then all of this resolution really does feel extremely succinct. Some of it is like it feels out of nowhere, but then when you take the bigger step back and realize that like there's actual reality warping things in play at this point in the story, it all does flow extremely naturally and really well done for something that is so bizarre and unorthodox and out there compared to the real world. And this is supposed to be a building up off of our real world.
And like that even gives the explanation of like how is Jack the Ripper in Soul Eater? How is Al Capone in
Mm-hmm.
Soul? Like everything just matches up perfectly to explain everything else, and it was so fucking good. Like this is one of like the best series I I got to experience. Even in retrospect, I don't like watching Soul Eater before this and reading it. Yeah, it made it 100 times better, but like this was still like fucking phenomenally done with having to pull like the real world aspect of building off Fire Force as like a continuation of our dimension being brought about through a great cataclysm. Like the premise, like everything just fucking nailed its mark, and it's so unbelievable. Like rereading it, like how well the author was able to convey what their idea they wanted to bring to life was, and I'm very thankful for being able to experience this. So thank you, Vex, for getting me into this because, as we all know, Gunnar Force isn't real.
Oh my god, it can't hurt you. No, I'm so ridiculously excited, and my heart feels very very warm knowing that you enjoyed it as much as you did, and like seeing you message me 118 times in the day where you went through over 118 chapters. Like it was such a it was such a wild ride for me the first time, and to get to kind of re-experience that now that the anime is picking up season 3 finally, and that you have read, being able to talk with it for about it for hours with you now, it's such a wonderfully written series. And I think that it is such a shame that so many people write it off because of one or two running gags. And like, it is so much more than that. It is insane how much more it makes me appreciate this author's previous work. And like, I love Soul Eater ever since I saw it back in the day, but like, I have just an entirely another level of appreciation for just the verse at large. And I don't know, just the I don't know, like I honestly do put this in probably my top 5 manga experiences. I'm not huge manga brain like you, Cody. I haven't read everything under the sun, but I have read this, and it's top 5 for me as far as manga experiences go. It's really really wonderfully done, and I just really hope that the anime doesn't give it the Soul Eater treatment.
No, I definitely don't think it will, and I almost wish Soul Eater would come back out and just have a new adaptation. But with Repeat already happening, I don't see that happening because Repeat was just like an HD transformation of a retelling. So, but I just this having Soul Eater under my belt before this, like personally, I think this might crack top 10. It's like it is so for 304 chapters, minus the 2 epilogues, it'd be 302. But like even without the epilogues, it's still it it had a very amazing premise. The pacing wasn't too like off-putting at times, and when it was, it immediately was like, no, 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 no. You think you're not here, but lock in. And
Yeah.
I thoroughly enjoyed the amount of double page spreads that we got, the amount of information conveyed per chapter. It felt like it was a nice pace to keep up at, that it made me wanting to keep reading more and more. And as a weekly, I think this would have been amazing to be caught up on and experiencing. And I'm constantly kicking myself for not, because like this was absolutely like it's peak. It's up there. It's definitely top 10 for me, I think, because where like One Piece is like a singular titular story dragging on through chapter and chapter, and where Jujutsu Kaisen almost gives me whiplash, where we're going through fight after fight after fight. This felt like there was enough exposition and character building throughout like
Yeah.
the series that
It
I really
it
got invested in
really
everyone.
it really made even the smaller moments, and the moments that were you thought were just uh fluff, You know, not filler, but you know, like padding, the moments that you thought weren't integral for almost every single one of those little interactions and moments to have tied in and played a bigger part in some way or another into the whole resolution of this story. It's really, really, really impressive. The amount of different things that are loosely established or introduced, and they just don't really give you any legitimate explanation of it until way later whenever you need it, and it's going to make more sense. There were so many things that were left unanswered, but in such an interesting way that it never felt like it was a lot of information, but it never felt like too much information. Even when we were getting real existential with it, you know, in the whole Cataclysm arc. And I think that there's a lot of longer running, like 304 is pretty respectable, you know, like there's a lot of longer running shonen uh manga and anime adaptations and things like that that really, really, really just did not stick the landing, and the ending fell shorter. That's kind of like a whole thing with longer running shonen. And this is just such a breath of fresh air
Yeah.
experiencing this versus some of the, like, I love Naruto, I love Bleach, I love like a lot of these other series, and like even when it came to like Dragon Ball Z and things, a lot of these just some of them fell a lot flatter or even fumbled the experience at large for me for a bit, and it took me a while to want to get back into those series. And like some rebooting and some light novels and things like that have made me feel a lot better about some of those other longer running shows and their endings, because the verse keeps going and things are bigger. This left nothing unanswered. I don't need anything more from this. I think it is perfect as is, and it didn't leave me wanting any more. It didn't leave me feeling like I didn't get what I needed. Like, it answered everything. It was just a 10 out of 10 ending, in my
Y-
opinion.
Yeah, if anything, it only has me more excited for the author's next work, whatever they do decide to come out with it, because holy smokes, this was such an enjoyable read and experience. Like, I want to be there definitely for their next one. Because this came
Yeah.
out in 2015 and it just finished like a couple years ago, if I remember right. So it was a good couple year long run, a couple years. So I, ugh, but we are
Yeah.
coming
This
up
is how
on
you do it, folks.
5 hours. So if you want to tell the people where they can find you and see more of your beautiful chef's hat and hear your wonderful voice.
Yeah. It's your boy Vexus, the Lurking Legend. I like talking about a lot of shit, and I'll be talking about a lot more anime whenever Chadmirals returns coming up this next month. So keep an eye out for that. We'll be doing that over on the Straw Hat Lucas channel. I'm sure Cody will link in the description, and you can see me covering One Piece specifically on our live streams every weekend over on the Eternal Dawn. Yeah, thank you for having me. Honestly, thank you. I'm so happy to have been here and that you have enjoyed the series
This was a
as much as
video
you
that
did.
I wanted to make for as soon as I finished the series, because I was like, I have to get all my thoughts about this out in the open because I want to talk about it, and I want to thank you for coming on and letting me talk with you about this whole series and yapping over a 5 hour session. My goodness, YouTube's gonna kill me when I upload this. You, but I've been the special great sorcerer of the anime manga sphere. Make sure you catch me on my Twitch channel. I upload to TikTok a lot. SSJ Cody everywhere. If you want to see some awful tweets about me retweeting Sabrina Carpenter and how great she is, go follow me there. And
Ooh.
I will see you at the next. I'll see you guys next time. Later.